Chapter 2188. Just as the two were chatting, Yu Qinghan ran into the front door. Yu Suqian panted as he ran into the front hall. When he saw the cold water on Zhang Feng's table, he picked it up and gulped it down. After drinking it, Yu Qinghan said excitedly, "Brother Zhang, great news." "What's the matter?" Zhang Feng was also shocked by Yu Qinghan's appearance. Although Yu Qigong's face was full of displeasure, he didn't take it seriously. Yu Qinghan saw the situation and clapped his hands outside the door. Then two servants carried a large basket into the front hall. The basket was filled with none other than the white paper that had just been made. But this paper, it was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it was actually soft. Hiss, isn't this toilet paper? Zhang Feng really remembered this thing. When he was in Shao Mountain, he made some. He originally wanted to mass-produce it, but in the end he was called a prodigal by a few scholars, so he gave up. But he didn't expect this guy to make toilet paper at this time. "Didn't I ask you to make white paper? Look at what you've made." Zhang Feng pulled the toilet paper and stuck it on Yu Qinghan's face. Yu Qinghan smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, you don't know this." Zhang Feng also laughed out of anger. It wasn't that he couldn't make toilet paper, but there was still 1 or 2 days before the auction. He was anxious to wait for this batch of white paper to fill the front of the auction, but this guy actually made this thing for him. How could this not make Zhang Feng angry? Yu Qigong also frowned slightly. He also owned 10% of the property of white paper. He also knew the quality of white paper. At this time, seeing such a thin piece of white paper, Yu Qigong even had an illusion. Even if this thing was thrown into water, it would melt instantly, right? This thing could also be called paper? Yu Qinghan saw that the two people's expressions weren't right. He shrank his neck and said aggrievedly, "Well, Fengzi, listen to me first. This white paper, I originally wanted to do as you said, but I thought about it. Think about it. Even if there are 50 pieces of white paper, it will sell for 1,000 strings of coins. But if we make 500 pieces of white paper and sell it for 1,000 strings of coins, won't there be more people buying it? And think about it. If there are more of us, those poor people can afford it. 500 pieces is 1,000 strings of coins, then 50 pieces will be 100 strings of coins? And I've tried it. Although this white paper is a little thin, if it's used properly and the bark is placed under the white paper, it should be able to write." When he said this, Zhang Feng was relieved. It turned out that this guy wasn't thinking of cutting corners, but was thinking of how to maximize his business. He didn't know the real use of this toilet paper. "You really think so?" Zhang Feng asked. How could Yu Suqian dare to lie? He patted his chest and guaranteed, which made Zhang Feng calm down. "How much of this kind of paper did you make?" "About 500 jeans." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "So you send me all this paper. This paper can't be sold. I have great use for it. Also, I will give you 500 jeans of white paper before the auction. Otherwise, I will throw the white paper business to others." "Don't, brother. I will do it." Yu Suqian heard this and his face changed instantly. The profits of the white paper had made the entire Yu family crazy. The Yu family was even ready to abandon other industries and focus on the production and sales of white paper. At this time, if Zhang Feng handed this matter to others, it would be strange if the people in the family didn't skin him alive. Yu Suqian was about to leave, but he looked at the wine and meat on the table and said with a smile, "Fengzi, before I leave, can I eat a little? I haven't eaten anything since last night, because of this white paper." "Old Yu, he is really your brother. He has the same virtue as you." Okay. After eating, hurry up and do it. Don't delay the important matter." Zhang Feng said half-jokingly. In fact, when the toilet paper came out, Zhang Feng thought of a better way to use it. Yu Suqian was talking about a way. In this era, there were many people who couldn't afford paper. It was a good choice to buy 50 pieces of this paper for 100 copper coins. In terms of sales, Yu Suqian really did something he didn't expect. And what was the most important point? It was that the toilet paper could be used for meals and after the toilet. This was simply a Kuei treasure. After eating for a while, Yu Suqian also drank until he was dizzy. At this time, Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong were discussing the perfume. Hearing this, Yu Suqian, who was full, picked up a cigarette in front of Zhang Feng and lit it. He took a sip and said, "That cousin, you said that perfume? You don't know the beauty of this thing. Last night, did you know that the waist of the Zhao family actually rose up and took the lead of the Qingsui pavilion? Last night, those who got the perfume all went crazy. Everyone didn't know the use of the perfume before, but last night, almost everyone who got the perfume went to the Qingsui pavilion. I heard that the dozen Persian women in the Qingsui pavilion bought it all." And he. Chapter 2189. Yu Qigong's eyes widened when he heard this. "What did you say?" Regardless of the era, men had always been highly concerned about the problems of men, especially dukes like them, who said that there was only one wife in the family, but there were countless concubines. There was even a saying among the people that whoever had more concubines would be honored. Even Li Shimin would laugh when he heard this and praise him for being strong despite his age. How could men who didn't want to admit defeat be willing to give up? However, there were exceptions. For example, a few generals who feared their wives like tigers. Although in the fief, the women who were bought and captured from the western regions and Turkic Khaganate were distributed by them. One could imagine how many there were. Of course, in the Chang and local government or the ancestral house, they wouldn't dare to bring these women back. Therefore, most of the time, they would stay in the station and not come out unless it was a last resort. Every year, when the emperor was happy, he might give them some women from the western regions as tribute. This was something that could be done at this time. After all, Li Shimin at this time, besides money and official positions, what else could he reward? There were also some courageous men who weren't afraid of their wives and those civil officials. It was simply to the extent of madness. Their families could easily catch up with the harem. One could imagine how much they were obsessed with this thing, and how crazy they were when they found out that locusts could strengthen their virility. One could imagine how terrifying this thing would be once it was known to them. Zhang Feng touched his chin and looked at the tangled Yu Qigong. "Old Yu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in." He was originally wondering if he should ask Zhang Feng for some. He was also weighing what would happen if Yu Suqian found out, and it reached his wife's ears. Now that he heard Zhang Feng say this, he immediately put on a gentleman's appearance. "Fengzi, you're too much. Lao Tzu, I'm upright in my line of work, and I don't need this kind of thing. These are the toys that those little bastards like. Even if women like them, they would like mighty and majestic men like me." Zhang Feng resisted the urge to laugh and waved his hand. All right, old Yu, you're awesome." Yu Suqian was intimidated by Yu Qigong, and looked at him with a pair of envious eyes. "Cousin, you really are the war god of our Yu family. Come, let me give you a toast." War god. The corners of Yu Qigong's mouth twitched, but he still raised his head and downed a cup of wine. "You just said that this thing really has that kind of miraculous effect?" Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask. Yu Suqian was stunned. Yu Qigong hurriedly found an excuse. "Well, isn't this related to business? I just want to know more about it so that it can help my business, right?" "I see." Yu Suqian gave a thumbs up and then said to Yu Qigong, "I'll tell you, cousin, I've tried this thing and it's really awesome. You don't know, but last night, at the apricot blossom house not far from our Yu family, the fourth concubine, yes, fourth brother Yu, the one I call fourth uncle, is already over 60 years old. Last night he actually..." Yu Qigong was stunned. Zhang Feng also became interested and asked, "What happened to him last night?" Yu Suqian laughed mischievously and whispered, "Last night he actually remarried. And it's the procuress of the apricot blossom house." "What?" Yu Qigong turned pale with fright. "Hasn't that old thing been here for more than 10 years? Why is he remarrying now? And what kind of status does our Yu family have to marry a brothel procuress? Preposterous, simply preposterous. Go back and tell your father that I said that if fourth brother insists on marrying, find him a match. If not, give him a sum of money and kick him out of the Yu family." Yu Suqian couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He hurriedly got up. "I know." Zhang Feng became interested and said to Yu Qigong, "I say, old Yu, he's still your fourth uncle. Are you so cruel to kick him out?" Yu Qigong shook his head and said, "This isn't the same. If fourth uncle was just playing around, then it wouldn't be a problem. But this marriage is related to our Yu family's face. If word got out that the Yu family's fourth master remarried and married a brothel madam, then if word got out, it would be embarrassing. Hearing this, Zhang Feng didn't speak anymore. This was true. You're already over 60 years old. At this age, your words and deeds count in the family. At this time, remarrying was a big deal. If you find a prostitute, it couldn't be justified anywhere. Zhang Feng laughed. Okay, let's drink. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Come, let's drink. Wait. Yu Suqian dizzily held Zhang Feng's hand and smiled. Brother-in-law, don't be in a hurry to drink this cup of wine. I still have something important to tell you. Chapter 2190. Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, What's the matter? Brother-in-law, do you want a wife? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Yu Qigong was also dumbfounded. Looking at the smirking Yu Suqian, they asked at the same time. What did you say? I asked you if you want a wife? *CK your uncle. You better explain it clearly. Zhang Feng's hair stood on end. Although the three women were in the back hall at this moment, there were too many servants in the house. Too many people meant too many mouths. If they let it slip, it would be troublesome. Yu Suqian saw that Zhang Feng was anxious. He shrank his neck and muttered, I didn't say it. I also heard it. Why are you so anxious? If you have the ability, go find the Zhao family and the Wu family. When Zhang Feng heard that it was these two families again, he guessed most of it. He asked, Explain it clearly. What's going on? It's like this. Didn't you give some perfume to a few families last time? These people also saw the benefits of the perfume. However, the people behind them seemed to be very hostile to you. Therefore, they thought of a way, which is a honey trap. As for the people behind Yu Suqian's words, Zhang Feng knew that he was talking about the 5 surnames and 7 major families. These people were originally the pawns of the 5 surnames and 7 major families. Since he came to Jiangnan, they did not stop making trouble and inquiring about things. However, the meaning changed after she spread the news about the white paper and the perfume. It turned out that these people wanted to please both sides. This idea was really good. As for the identity of Wu Maner, Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ruer, Zhang Feng was also clear. In addition, Yu Yuer told him these unknown things every night. How could Zhang Feng not know this? The 2 women of the Yu family had long been fancied by a licentious young master from the Li family in Zhao County. It seemed that after this matter was solved, he would agree to the marriage between the 2 families. This was equivalent to a promise. As for Wu Maner from the Wu family, she was more miserable. It was said that a man in his 50s from the Zheng family of Xingyang had taken a fancy to her. This might be the fate of these women. In this dynasty, almost all of them would become sacrifices for the family's interests. But at this time, after Yu Suqian's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but pity these women. Once they were born, they were destined to have a miserable life. However, these were not things that Zhang Feng could control. Most importantly, these people actually wanted to use Wu Man, and the 2 girls from the Zhao clan to attack him. Obviously, they didn't have any good intentions. He wanted to further increase the hatred. If he really was a lecher, then unfortunately, he would definitely become a sacrifice, and the price would be his everything. One could only imagine how vicious these people's hearts were. After Yu Suqian explained for a while, Yu Qigong couldn't help but feel a little moved. Fengzi, I've also seen those 3 girls, but to be honest, their looks are really good. How about get lost? Zhang Feng glared at them. Am I that lustful in your hearts? This is clearly a trap, okay? If I were the 2 of you, then this time I would really die here. And it would be very fast. Yu Suqian's face changed. No way, how can you use meat buns as bait? Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain anything. He waved his hand and said, Don't mention this kind of thing anymore. This is a conspiracy. You 2 should tighten your belts. If there's a problem here, then Lao Tzu may really break off relations with you for big things. Hearing this, Yu Suqian's face changed. Okay, I know. Right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. You have to be careful. I heard that Madame Zhao and Wu Maner's mother are looking for some medicine these 2 days. They said that they will wait for the night before the auction to find you and then drug you. How could they do this? Zhang Feng was instantly stunned. But thinking about it, they were even willing to sacrifice their daughter. How could they not think of this matter? In an instant, Zhang Feng's face couldn't help but become gloomy. Then how did these women react to this matter? Yu Suqian thought for a long time in a daze before slapping his forehead. I remember now. Just now on the street, a woman handed me something. I took a look and it turned out to be 2 letters for you. Take a look. Yu Suqian took out 2 crumpled letters from his sleeve and handed them to Zhang Feng. There were a few very simple words on it. To Zhang Feng. Opening the letter, it confirmed Zhang Feng's guess. These 2 letters were sent by Zhao Yu, Er's mother and Wu Maner's mother. The general meaning was that if Zhang Feng liked them, he could take their daughters and leave this place. After that, whatever Zhang Feng wanted, they would do their best to help, even if he didn't like them. They would ask Zhang Feng to save their daughters. They didn't want their daughters to be buried with them. After reading the letter, Zhang Feng's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. A woman was weak, but a mother was strong. This was an immutable common sense. They were also clear about Zhang Feng's origin and what he was going to do. They were also clear about what their family members were doing. Therefore, in a last resort, they chose to cooperate with Zhang Feng at all costs. The price was to ensure the safety of their daughters. Chapter 2191. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng suddenly had a bold idea. He then looked thoughtfully at Yu Qigong and said, "Old Yu, I have a bold idea, but I don't know if I should say it." Yu Qigong was a crude man. He could think of more than 100 ways to go into battle and kill enemies, but something like this gave Yu Qigong a headache. Seeing Zhang Feng's expectant eyes, Yu Qigong slowly dug his nose and said, "Speak." The rebuffed Zhang Feng ignored Yu Qigong and thought for a long time before saying, "I want to open a girls' class." "What? Girls' class?" "Yes, girls' class." Zhang Feng nodded in response. Yu Qigong heard this clearly, but he was even more confused. What's a girls' class? The women's class is an academy set up by the majority of women. Together, they study the female ethics that Empress Zhongsun advocates. What? Female virtues? What's that? Zhang Feng helplessly explained. Do you still remember the female virtues that Empress Zhongsun wrote? The so-called female virtues are the virtues that women possess. It includes moral character, self-cultivation, prudence in speech, and prudence in action. Have you heard of the 3 obedience and 4 virtues? How could Yu Qigong not know of this matter? When the Empress book was published, even Grand Tutor Li Gang was full of praise. Even Yu Shinan and Ouyang Sun were strongly advocating that it be promoted among the common people. But it was a pity. In the end, the female virtues was only circulated among the high officials and nobles, as well as among the clans. Based on what everyone said, how could the Empress book be sullied by the common people? Therefore, up until now, apart from the high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants who more or less knew a little about it, the rest of the people didn't know about it. That was why Yu Qigong was so surprised when Zhang Feng mentioned the principles for women. Seeing Yu Qigong's perplexed expression, Zhang Feng shook his head and explained, "There are 3 obedience and 4 virtues. The 3 obedience refer to the father, the husband, and the son. The 4 virtues refer to moral character, speech, appearance, and family management. I set up this academy to train them to improve their self-cultivation, to learn more knowledge, and to become more outstanding." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yu Qigong's face was still filled with confusion. How could an uncouth man like him understand the matters of a woman's home? Puzzled, he asked, "Fengzi, I say you already opened a White Deer Academy and you still think it's not enough? Why did you come all the way to Jiangnan to open a women's academy? Are you having a fever? What are you trying to do?" Zhang Feng said angrily, "You're the one with a fever. I have my own reasons. What do you know? Opening a women's class is to learn the female virtues thought highly of by the Empress. The daughters and wives of the wealthy merchants and clans can only come into contact with the surface of female virtues. How can the majority of people come into contact with this? But think about it carefully. Apart from these people, which wealthy merchant in Jiangnan doesn't have a few concubines? What I want to do is to gather those people who can't come into contact with me, and come to my academy to learn and improve themselves. Let them come to the academy to learn etiquette. They have to behave in a dignified manner, speak in a proper manner, dress in a proper manner, and dress in a proper manner. In terms of color, style, accessories, and so on, they have to put on makeup and make themselves more beautiful. They have to be able to respect themselves and others in social interactions. Which woman doesn't love beauty nowadays? Also, women's physiology and hygiene will be taught in the course. Such a good thing, don't you think it's good? Hearing Zhang Feng's enthusiastic talk, Yu Qigong was incomparably shocked. There were indeed many wealthy merchants in the Jiangnan area, and each of them had at least 10 concubines. Looking at the entire Tang dynasty, just how many were there? Heavens, what was this brat doing? If all the women in the world came to learn female virtues, and Fengzi was holding back something, if something went wrong, then the consequences would be how many high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, family heads, or even men would complain to the emperor. Wouldn't it be a mess? Besides, which family didn't have dozens of women? If these women all learned to be smart, then wouldn't they no longer have a stable life? Thinking of this, Yu Qigong's expression instantly changed. Fengzi, let's talk things out. We can't mess around. If you Nan and Lao Li find out about this, won't they be angered to death? Although you're teaching women, do you know who it is that can't stand it the most? It's their men. Won't you cause trouble if you do this? Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong with a gentle expression and said, "What did I do? I opened a women's academy to promote the Empress' female virtues. What crime did I commit? What are you thinking about every day? Besides, our women's class is mainly aimed at the 5 families and 7 clans. Why are you so anxious?" Yu Qigong heard this and asked suspiciously, "So, you don't have any other thoughts?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Isn't Lao Tzu doing this to get rid of the 5 families and 7 clans, and the Guanlong aristocrats? Otherwise, do you think I'm so bored? Chapter 2192. I'll be honest with you. Learning female virtues is fake. Let them learn how to live a refined life, make up and spend money. As long as I can evoke their desire to compete for fame and fortune, think about it. Will their family have a good time? Hiss. Yu Qigong couldn't help but gasp. Fengzi, are you sure you're only targeting the 5 surnames and 7 major families? Zhang Feng didn't speak and pointed to the cigarette box on the table. Yu Suqian tactfully lit one for Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong. For Yu Suqian, the words of these 2 people were simply priceless treasures. If it was anywhere else, he wouldn't be able to listen even if he paid for it. It was simply too damn exciting. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and then said, "Of course, the women's class will definitely be opened, but this isn't something I need to worry about. I will naturally arrange for people to do it later. As for the women's class, first, I can publicize the female virtues that the Empress admires. Second, I can promote my new perfume product, open the Jiangnan market, and monopolize the market economy. Third, this news will definitely make some big families restless. Their wives and daughters will be able to suppress their desire for beauty, and will definitely come to my college to sign up. At that time, I can just get some information from their mouths. Why not?" Zhang Feng said with a heavy heart. When Yu Qigong heard this, he couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng. This kid had great foresight. He could only blame himself for being too rash. He then asked curiously, "You opened a women's college. Are you going to manage it as a man? Aren't you afraid of those rich businessmen tearing you apart? Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about?" After hearing old Yu's words, Zhang Feng looked helpless. "Old Yu, do you think I'm an idiot?" Yu Qigong scratched his head and said, "It seems that you don't." Zhang Feng shrugged. "So I already have a candidate. Jingshu is good at music and knows court etiquette. Naturally, she is familiar with female virtues. Yu Yao is familiar with needlework. During this time, she has a lot of experience in hygiene, dressing, and the production of soap and perfume. She is also the best candidate. As for Yuer, she has walked in the intricate forces since childhood. You both know her ability, so you want the 3 of them to open a women's class?" Yu Qigong and Yu Suqian couldn't help but exclaim at the same time. Yu Qigong knew that Jingshu's ability was terrifying. Needless to say, Zhang Yiyao's ability was not to be underestimated. Those who could become Zhang Feng naturally had their own strengths. Otherwise, Even if the old scholar was trying to matchmake them, the emperor would definitely not agree, because she didn't deserve it. However, it was clear that Zhang Yuyao had met Li Shimon's standards. As for Jingshu, it was needless to say. Yu Qiyuer, on the other hand, was well-educated and well-versed in the ways of dealing with people. Her etiquette and manners were even more unquestionable. She was able to move freely among the various powers, and even manage the large Yu family in an orderly manner. It was clear that she was capable. At this time, Yu Suqian saw that both of them were silent, so he hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law's move is really wonderful. Not only did it publicize the Empress' female ethics culture, but it also exposed some secrets of the 5 clans and 7 watches, so that they would have problems from their own roots. It's really a clever move. Now these women will do anything for a face. It's all for survival, to become more beautiful, and to gain favor." This women's college not only saved millions of women in Tang, but also opened up the perfume market. In this way, the price of perfume will not only soar, but also rise to an extremely terrifying level. Yu Qigong heard this and leaned over to Yu Suqian, staring at him and said, "You brat, how did you know? Also, isn't it just a little drop of water? Is it that exaggerated?" Looking at the big black face that leaned over, Yu Suqian was shocked and said tremblingly, "The girls in the brothel are all like this. They dress up to attract customers. Some even spend a lot of money for a customer. Their monthly spending on cosmetics is equal to more than half of their monthly income. Their face is their rice bowl, so they can't do without these things." Now in every clan or rich merchant's house, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? There are too many women to count. These women are also human. They all want to survive, so they have to constantly change themselves to become more beautiful and decent. Only then can they climb up the ladder and gain favor from those rich merchants. Take the mother and daughter of the Zhao family and the mother and daughter of the Wu family as an example. They also want to survive, so they came to find brother-in-law to cooperate and seek a way to survive. Otherwise, what awaits them is only destruction. Hearing this, Yu Qigong suddenly came to a realization. He opened his mouth and said, "Aya Fengzi, you're scheming to monopolize the hearts of all the middle-aged and elderly women, and then take their daughters. Not bad, kid." When Zhang Feng heard Yu Qigong's words, he almost choked on the cigarette he was smoking. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to beat him up, but he couldn't. He could only pretend that he didn't hear it. When Yu Qigong was done, Zhang Feng said slowly, "Vulgar. You old brat, what are you thinking about all day? Am I that kind of person?" Yu Suqian watched Yu Qigong being ridiculed by Zhang Feng, and almost laughed out loud. In the end, he was scared by Yu Qigong's gaze and didn't dare to speak. Zhang Feng continued, "In fact, I am using these women's love for beauty and vanity to let more people know about the perfume and its preciousness to promote our products. Thus, the perfume and soap's effect of strengthening yang energy and moisturizing skin can be spread. This can achieve our ultimate goal. It is more convincing than you talking to those men." Chapter 2193. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, Yu Qigong suddenly felt admiration for this kid. He was an indispensable talent. Yu Suqian flattered, "That's right. My brother-in-law's wisdom is unquestionable. Your business skills are unparalleled. Even Shen Wansan from the previous dynasty can't compare to my brother-in-law. Go away. No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak. Flattery is enough," Zhang Feng said impatiently. Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng with a dignified face and said faintly, "If you do this, what if the people of the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms make a move in advance?" "Make a move in advance? Hee, I'm waiting for them to make a move. This way, the current emperor will have a reason to suppress them and pull out this thorn in his heart. If they dare to make a move, then I have a reason to make them restless. I'll use the world's mouth and Empress Zhangsuan's principles for women to teach them what filial piety is." Zhang Feng revealed an evil smile and said faintly. After listening to Zhang Feng's complete plan, Yu Qigong gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up and praised, "Good boy, you're really good. Old man can't help but admire you from the bottom of my heart." Yu Suqian's face was full of pride. He respected and admired his brother-in-law's wisdom and resourcefulness. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said faintly, You guys just wait to get rich. How much money can this little droplet make? Don't try to scare this old man. Although I'm a bore, I'm not so ignorant as to not understand this. Yu Qigong said disdainfully. Seeing that Yu Qigong didn't believe him, Zhang Feng continued to explain, Old Yu, don't underestimate this little thing. There are countless clans and wealthy merchants in the Jiangnan area, and every one of them has at least a dozen concubines. Everyone has a love for beauty, and women are very vain and competitive. I only take out 5 bottles a day, and if there's none left, then it's over. You have to buy it with money. If you don't have money, you can exchange it with useful clues. It's equivalent to letting these women advertise the perfumes and soaps, and you can also obtain useful information about the 5 races and 7 tribes. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you think it's possible not to make money? When Yu Suqian heard that there was money to be made, he immediately agreed. That's right. This is the same as a chain reaction. No woman will allow herself to be more beautiful than herself. They will inevitably come one after another to compete with each other. The perfume's reputation will spread out. Gradually, the people from the 5 clans and 7 tribes will be able to hold themselves back, and will take action. Yu Qigong said in surprise, What? How could this little thing be so profitable? Then we're rich. Seeing Yu Qigong's shocked expression, Zhang Feng couldn't help but say, You're a businessman. I'm really worried for you. Yu Qigong scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He picked up the wine on the table and said, Let's not talk about it anymore. Drink up. At the same time, Xiao Chui brought the wine to the door. Just as she was about to push the door open, she was stopped by the guards. Master is discussing matters inside. No one is allowed to enter. One of the guards saw that it was Xiao Chui. He had a crush on Xiao Chui, so he pulled Xiao Chui to the side and said flatteringly, Master is discussing important matters inside, so no one is allowed to enter for the time being. When Xiao Chui heard this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, What important matters? You're making it sound so mysterious. The guard puffed out his chest and pretended to say, You don't know, but I heard it clearly. Master is going to open a women's class in the Jiangnan area. Xiao Chui said in surprise, What? Women's class? What's that for? The guard saw Xiao Chui looking at him expectantly, so he said proudly, It's to set up a women's class and let all the women learn the Empress's principles for women. Xiao Chui was shocked. Wasn't principles for women something that only those high officials and noble madams could come into contact with? What was Master trying to do? Thinking of this, Xiao Chui hurried to the backyard. When the guard saw that Xiao Chui was about to leave, he kept calling Xiao Chui, but Xiao Chui's mind was filled with Master opening a women's class to spread principles for women, so she couldn't hear anything. Just as Xiao Chui was in a trance thinking about things, she accidentally bumped into Yu Yao, who was about to go find Master, and the wine was knocked to the ground. With a crash, Xiao Yu's mind shook and she instantly woke up. She looked at Yu Yao and apologized. I'm sorry, young miss, I didn't do it on purpose. Yu Yao saw that Xiao Chui was in a daze and muttering something, so she went forward and asked, Didn't you bring wine to Master? Why did you come back? Xiao Chui said with a flustered expression, It's like this, young miss. Master is discussing matters in his room, and no one is allowed to disturb him. When Yu Yao heard this, she felt that something was wrong. What time was it? What were they talking about for so long? So she asked, Xiao Chui, did you hear anything? Xiao Chui looked around. Seeing that no one was around, she went forward and whispered in Yu Yao's ear, Young miss, Master wants to open a women's class in Jiangnan. Yu Yao was shocked. Women's class? What were they going to do? It was better to discuss with her sisters first. Thinking of this, she pulled Xiao Chui into the room. When they entered the room, Jingshu and Yuer were talking about something. Suddenly, they saw Yu Yao and Xiao Chui, who came in hurriedly. They couldn't help but ask, Why are you two so nervous? What happened? Yu Yao looked at Xiao Chui and signaled for her to tell them what she heard. Xiao Chui said in a panic, Young Miss Jingshu, Miss Yuer, Master wants to open a women's class in Jiangnan. Jingshu and Yuer were shocked. They looked at Xiao Chui in disbelief and asked with a serious face, Xiao Chui, did you hear it clearly? Xiao Chui said firmly, I heard it clearly. Master wants to open a women's class in Jiangnan and recruit women to come here to learn principles for women written by the Empress. What? Open a women's class? Chapter 2194. After hearing Xiao Chui's words, Yu said angrily, Xiao Chui, go and call someone to bring Master back. Look at the time and he's still drinking. He's going to turn the world upside down. After Xiao Chui heard the order, she left the backyard to find someone to call Master. Jingshu said leisurely, I remember Master mentioned this when he was in Chang'an. Moreover, when he was at Chang'an University, Prince Zhang had also opened a female class in the university, mainly to teach some etiquette and other things. However, because of other things, it was delayed. Could it be that he came to Jiangnan this time for this matter? Xiaoyu didn't care so much and said angrily, let's see how he will deal with him when he comes back. At the same time, Zhang Feng and the others were drinking to their heart's content when there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in, Yu Qigong said faintly. At this time, Zhang Feng was already drunk and unconscious. Sir, Miss Yu ordered me to call Master back to his room to rest. Don't you have any eyesight? Burp. It's not easy to come to Jiangnan. What's wrong with drinking with my brother? Why are there so many things? I'm not going back, Zhang Feng said as he staggered while holding the wine jar and drinking. The guard said shakily, Master, forgive me for not being able to comply. Miss Yu wants me to bring Master back. Even if I have to carry him back, I have to carry him back. Yu Qigong and Yu Suqian looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Okay. Fengzi, let's stop drinking today. Let's continue another day. Come, find a few people to carry your master down. Yes. Then a few guards came in and carried Zhang Feng to the backyard. Along the way, Zhang Feng kept muttering, Come, keep drinking. A moment later, the guards carried Zhang Feng to the door of the backyard and turned to leave. Zhang Feng staggered as he pushed open the door. After entering the room, he went straight to the big bed and stumbled onto it. When the three women saw the drunk Zhang Feng, they hurriedly called a maidservant and gave Zhang Feng a bowl of hangover soup. The strong sourness made Zhang Feng tremble all over. After spitting out the things in his stomach, he felt a lot better. The hangover soup of this era was actually a mixture of aged vinegar and ginger. The taste, it felt great. Zhang Feng was completely sober. He hurriedly got up to look for water. As soon as he left the dormitory, he saw the three girls sitting neatly in the living room. Zhang Feng chuckled. You haven't rested yet? Yu glanced at Zhang Feng and saw that he had sobered up. She asked, We just heard that you want to open a girls' class in Jiangnan? Is it for Zhao Yu, Zhao Ruer and Wu Mana? Hearing this, Zhang Feng heard. He was sweating profusely. Damn it! Who the hell spread this rumor? No, it's not like that. Ahem, how can we know what Prince Zhang wants to do? It's late. Goodbye. Yu got up and was about to leave. Jingshu and Yu Yao also got up and were about to go out. When Zhang Feng saw this scene, how could he not understand that these masters had misunderstood? Hastily he blocked them and dragged the three of them to sit on the stools. Aunties, he said, listen to me. He is not what you think at all. Yu smiled faintly and revealed a charming expression as she said, I'm not thinking of anything. It's Prince Zhang's freedom to do whatever he wants. Besides, we sisters have no status and no share. It's really miserable. Okay. Stop. I'm wrong. Okay. Zhang Feng hurriedly surrendered. After solving the problem of the 5 families and 7 hopes, I, Zhang Feng, promised to hold an unprecedented wedding for you. What do you think? Seeing that the girls stopped making trouble, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's like this. I open a girls' class to recruit girls to learn the female principles written by the Empress, so as to deal with the 5 families and 7 hopes. I don't have any other ideas. Don't misunderstand me. The 3 girls were shocked. It turned out that they had misunderstood Zhang Feng. Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng and said lightly, You said you want to open a girls' class in Jiangnan to teach girls the female principles? Aren't you afraid of others gossiping? At this time, when it came to serious matters, Zhang Feng also sobered up. He said, There are many officials and rich businessmen in Jiangnan. Which one of them doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? There are countless concubines. The female principals is the idea advocated by the Empress. Generally, only noble ladies and officials can come in contact with them. Ordinary people can't come in contact with them at all. I'm recruiting girls to study in the academy, not only to promote our perfume and soap industry. It's also to attract the rich businessmen of the clans to break into the 5 families and 7 hopes and disintegrate them from the inside. Women all love beauty. Their vanity and competitiveness are especially obvious. It's just right to use them to advertise the perfume, so as to attract more people to join, stimulate consumption, monopolize the market economy, and disintegrate them from the inside. After hearing this, the 3 girls suddenly understood. It turned out that he had set up a series of traps to deal with the 5 families and 7 hopes. Yor was puzzled and said, "Then you're a man opening a girls' class. Aren't you afraid that the spittle outside will drown you?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I'm going to let you take over this girls' class." The 3 girls couldn't help but be shocked after hearing this. "What? Us?" The 3 girls looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhang Feng patiently explained. First of all, Jingxu is proficient in music and palace etiquette. You can't be more familiar with women's rules, right? With you around, how can I not be at ease? Zhang Feng continued. And you Yao, you're a lady from a noble family. You're proficient in knitting and needlework. You're even more talented in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I've also taught you some perfumes, soaps, and physical hygiene before, so there's no problem. Zhang Feng said again. You're educated and well-mannered. You can walk among various forces with ease, and you deal with things appropriately. I'm very relieved to hand it over to you. Zhang Feng looked at the 3 of them helplessly and said, Each of you has your own merits. I believe that you will definitely open a girls' class and get some useful information from them. And this is also the most effective way to deal with the 5 families and 7 hopes. Corrode them from the inside. Chapter 2195. It was daybreak. On the street near the restaurant Zhang Feng was in, a group of youths wearing round hats and dressed in blue and white slowly walked towards the direction of the restaurant. They were students from all over the Tang dynasty. They came to pay homage to the principal of White Deer Academy, Zhang Feng. Along the way, the students discussed the legendary story of Principal Zhang Feng. There were voices of doubt and praise, each expressing their own opinions. Let me tell you, the owner of this Chang and hotel is not the principal of White Deer Academy. What's going on? Aren't they all discussing that he is that Zhang Feng? Him? Why don't you think about it? Even if he started studying in his mother's womb, look at his appearance, he's only in his early 20s. Is there such a possibility? No. You didn't King see it, but young Master Zhang made a poem in front of everyone. How can this be fake? What if this poem was said by that Zhang Feng in Chang'an? And it's not like you haven't heard of people impersonating others. Do you think, even if it's a teacher in a private school, which one of them is below the age of 30? At the same time, on one side of the Chang'an hotel, a youth wearing shabby clothes was chewing on dry food with difficulty. But his eyes were always fixed on the Chang'an hotel. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, he could not help but shake his head and ignore them. He had already been here for 3 days. In these 3 days, he would punctually wait here every day. He wanted to see if the legendary Zhang Feng had really come to Yuezhou, and if he was really going to open an academy. But at this time, when he heard the hurried sound of horse hooves, suddenly a sharp reprimand sounded beside him. Hey, the one in front, get out of the way, or else I'll crush you to death. The student who was looking forward to a bright future was awakened by the shout. He turned his head and saw a tall and straight man wearing a dark blue short robe looking at him with a fierce face as he shouted loudly. Behind him was an incomparably luxurious carriage that was driving towards this side. Who? A horse neighed, and the carriage stopped in front of the young man. At this moment, a questioning voice came from the sedan. What happened outside? Why did you stop for no reason? Reporting to young master, there's a villager blocking the way ahead. I'll deal with it right away. Hold on, I'll go out and take a look. Out of the corner of the youth's eyes, he saw a man wearing a blue brocade robe and holding a white folding fan walk out of the carriage. His appearance was incomparably delicate and pretty. His heart couldn't help but be puzzled. Who was this, to have such a grand display? Brat, are you the one who's blocking my path? The youth who had just alighted from the carriage glanced at the poor student with a face full of disdain. He even exaggeratedly covered his nose with his folding fan. The student who was gnawing on his rations was also somewhat angry. The government clearly states that carriages are not allowed to gallop in the market square. Aren't you afraid that I will report this to the government? Report to the authorities? The youth in blue satin seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, You said you want to report it to the authorities? Ha ha ha, why don't you ask around? I, Wang Jingtian, have been in Yuezhou for so many years. Other than me, who dares to report it to the authorities to arrest me? You. The poor youth was flustered. But there was nothing he could do. This was the gap between people. At this moment, the youth in blue looked at the poor student and asked exaggeratedly, Could it be that you also want to see Zhang Feng? Yes. President Zhang traveled thousands of miles to Yuezhou. Ha ha ha, President Zhang, this President Zhang, is he someone you can call? To tell you the truth, President Zhang once said that only those who enter the Chang and hotel have the chance to see him. You people, are you worthy? You. Brat, who are you? Who made the rule that only when we enter the Chang and hotel can Prince Zhang see us? At this moment, the youth in blue's words instantly angered all the officials. They had been waiting here impatiently, but at this time, with this person's words, who wouldn't be angry? There were even some people who didn't believe in heresy and began to frantically knock on the door, trying to call Zhang Feng out and ask him clearly. At this time, seeing this situation, the bartender at the door of the hotel was in a panic. More and more people began to knock on the door. Some people even wanted to push open the door of the hotel. They began to panic. A guard who acted as the manager of the hotel saw this and hurriedly gave some instructions. Then, he hurriedly returned to Zhang Mansion and reported this matter to Jia Daoren. When Jia Daoren heard this, he was instantly furious. What the F***ck is this? They were simply bullying him, weren't they? After thinking for a while, Jia Daoren hurriedly reported this to Zhang Yuyao, who was trimming the garden in the yard. Madam, did the dean get up? Seeing Jia Daoren's expression, Zhang Yuyao asked, Did something happen? Jia Daoren hurriedly told her about what happened in the Chang'an hotel. At this moment, Zhang Yuyao's expression changed and she hurriedly said, Come with me. After a while, they came to the door. Zhang Yuyao pushed the door and saw Zhang Feng, who was still snoring on the bed. She went forward and called softly, Prince Zhang, Mr. Jia has something to report. Chapter 2196. Zhang Feng, who was sleeping, heard a gentle voice. He opened his hazy eyes and yawned. Just as he was about to scold the person who disturbed his beautiful dream, he saw Zhang Yuyao and Jia Daoren staring at him. He couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face? Seeing that Zhang Feng had woken up, Jia Daoren stepped forward and said, Dean, something happened at Chang'an restaurant. Zhang Feng was shocked. What? Something happened? What's going on outside so early in the morning? Zhang Feng looked at Jia Daoren in confusion and asked, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Jia Daoren said slowly, Dean, you said that you wanted to open an academy at Poetry House. Therefore, when the majority of the students in Jiangnan heard that the dean of White Deer College wanted to open an academy here, they all came to find you. They wanted to verify whether you were the real person or someone else was impersonating you. Now there's a quarrel outside because of a small matter. The scene is in chaos. Some people even prepared to smash the restaurant's door to see if you're here. They can't control the situation. Zhang Feng's mind was suddenly confused. Why didn't he remember this? Just as Zhang Feng was thinking, Zhang Yuyao said faintly, Prince Zhang, you really have a bad memory. Did you forget that you said that you wanted to open an academy here and let all the students in the world come here to study? Could it be that you've forgotten? After hearing Zhang Yuyao's words, Zhang Feng remembered that when he was at Poetry House, he seemed to have said something like that. He wanted to cultivate himself here. Initially, he wanted to come to Jiangnan and open a branch of Chang'an University, which was also a branch of White Deer College. He wanted to develop his influence here. Later on, he was delayed by other matters and put this matter aside. Only when those students made a ruckus did he remember that his memory was really getting worse. They came with ill intentions. He turned to Zhang Yuyao and asked, "What do you think of this matter?" Zhang Yuyao nodded. When Zhang Yuyao heard Zhang Feng's question, she said, "I feel that this matter isn't simple. You opened a college here so that all the students in Jiangnan can come here to study. There are many rich merchants and young masters from clans. Everyone knows that you are in White Deer College, but here they have only heard about it. No one has seen you or seen how powerful you are. Some people even suspect that you are an imposter, so some people will slander you among the students. Also, if you do this, who will be affected most directly? Are you talking about the 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, and those clans?" Zhang Yiyao nodded. After hearing Zhang Yiyao's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare at her and say, "Oh, as expected of you, Yao. You are like a roundworm in my stomach." "Ha ha ha, your analysis is so thorough." Zhang Yiyao saw that Zhang Feng was so proud and said, "Don't be happy too early. Be careful, or you won't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation." Jia Daren stepped forward and said, "Dean, why don't you go out and settle this matter? Otherwise, I think it will be hard to control the situation." Zhang Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Yuyao walked in front of Zhang Feng and said gently, "Prince Zhang, why don't you go to Chang'an restaurant and settle this matter?" Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, "Old Jia, go to Chang'an restaurant and tell those students that I am here to teach them." Zhang Yuyao and Jia Daren were stunned when they heard this. "What? You want to teach in your own mansion?" Zhang Feng nodded in agreement, then said, "Yuyao, tell the servants to prepare the courtyard, tables and chairs. I will speak to them here." Jia Daren said goodbye to Zhang Feng and rushed to Chang'an restaurant. When he arrived, the scene was already chaotic. Some people were even about to fight. Seeing the situation, he shouted, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Don't quarrel anymore and listen to me." However, no one paid attention to Jia Daren in the chaotic situation. They were still quarreling. Seeing this, Jia Daren shouted, "Dean Zhang Feng is going to teach you." As soon as he said this, the scene was silent. Everyone stopped quarreling and looked at Jia Daren in disbelief. After a while, the crowd exploded and fell into a discussion. "Really? The Dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng, is going to teach us? Where is he? I'm not dreaming, right? Is this real? It can't be fake, right? I heard that the dean here is an imposter. He is not the Dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng." Jia Daren continued, "This is absolutely true. Everyone, please follow me to Zhang Mansion. The dean is waiting for everyone there to teach you." Chapter 2197. A moment later, Jia Daren led the students to the entrance of Zhang Feng's residence. When the guard saw so many people, he hurriedly reported to Zhang Feng. Reporting to Master, "There are a few hundred people outside, and they are heading towards the residence." Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuyao were drinking tea in the courtyard. When they heard the guard's report, they were shocked. With so many people, the stools wouldn't be enough. He immediately said, "Send someone to remove all the stools in the courtyard." Not long after, Jia Daren led the students in and saw Zhang Feng standing on the table. It seemed like he had been waiting for them for a long time. When the students saw Zhang Feng, the entire place was in an uproar. They were all discussing something. "Is that the Dean of White Deer College? Why does he look so young? Could it be an imposter? The Dean of White Deer College should at least be 40 or 50 years old, right?" Seeing the situation, Zhang Feng knew that they were suspicious. He said, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. You don't have to suspect that I am White Deer College's Dean, Zhang Feng." When he said this, the entire place was shocked. When an older student saw Zhang Feng, he looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He didn't think that the current Dean of White Deer College would be so young and already have such outstanding abilities. He was truly a talent. When Zhang Feng saw that the crowd had quietened down, he continued, "Everyone, all of you came here from afar to study. I know that all of you came here because of me, Zhang Feng, and I'm sure all of you have heard of the White Deer Institute. Food and drink are free, and there's no tuition fee. As long as you are able to figure it out, even if you specialize in a certain area, you will be able to earn points and exchange them for all sorts of fine wine and delicacies. When the crowd heard about good wine and food, they began to whisper. The wine brewed by the dean of White Deer College was top-notch. Normally, you couldn't even buy it, but you could exchange it with points in the college. This was too good. They heard that the food was also top-notch. Just looking at it made people drool. Most importantly, there was no tuition fee. This was really a college for the common people, as expected of Dean Zhangfeng. Seeing this, Zhangfeng continued, I can tell you very responsibly that you can also enjoy the same treatment as White Deer College. I am not boasting. As long as you come to my college to study, not only will I teach you all kinds of knowledge, I will also pick out talents from among you. For those with good grades and outstanding performance, I will arrange for them to study in the government's Ministry of Works and Ministry of Appointments. I also solemnly promise you that I will take care of your food and lodging as long as you do something for the college. I guarantee that you will be able to learn knowledge and culture that you have never come into contact with before. If you don't believe me, you can ask the students of White Deer College to see if I am lying. When the students heard Zhang Feng's wonderful speech, they couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts. Who wouldn't be moved by such a temptation? They couldn't help but envy the students of White Deer College. At this moment, they couldn't suppress their excitement and wanted to immediately register. As for the rich young masters and the wealthy merchants, their hearts were filled with disdain. This dean was someone who loved to boast. Not a single word of truth came out of his mouth. Whoever believed him was an idiot. They were not poor students. It was still too early to fool them. Zhang Feng ignored the rich young masters and continued. My college will open a textile factory, a steel mill, an experimental base and many other subjects for everyone to choose from. In the textile factory, you can learn how to make leather and cotton clothes. In the experimental base, you can study how to make phosphate fertilizers and many other things. You can choose whatever you like. After you have learned it, you can become a pillar of the country. Promotion and wealth are just around the corner. You have also heard that my college has received the favor of Lord Zhongsun. Then the emperor personally issued a decree that anyone who graduated from my college can work in the Ministry of Works. Even other departments can do it. Kitchen, medicine, etc. We have dabbled in everything. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was real. He really was President Zhang. Otherwise, who would dare to say such a thing? Who would dare to rashly mention the imperial decree? That was a capital offense, unless it was true. That was to say, suddenly, there was an uproar. At this time, the hearts of the students had been completely occupied by these novel things. In their minds, they were fantasizing about what they would like to learn and do after going to the college. Seeing that most of the students no longer had any doubts, Zhang Feng decided to light a fire to ignite their passion. He said, Have you heard of Yu Shernan? Have you heard of Ouyang Sun? They are all teachers of our college. You will meet them in the future. If you can be guided by them, your future will be limitless. You have to think carefully. What? Yu Shernan Ouyang Sun? They are the great scholars of the current dynasty. Are they also coming to the college to teach? A loud voice was heard. Zhang Feng said, They won't come, but they will visit the college every once in a while. You will see them then. Not only them, but Dr. Sun Simiao will also come to the college. Chapter 2198. What? Sun Simiao? He's the godly doctor of the dynasty. He really went to White Deer College like the rumors say? And he's coming to Jiangnan to teach us medicine? Zhang Feng laughed and said, They'll provide their books for everyone to study. If you have any questions, just ask. The college will satisfy all your needs. At this moment, the nearby merchants, peddlers, and passers-by all climbed up the wall when they saw so many people at the entrance of Zhang Feng's residence. When they heard Zhang Feng's words, one of them couldn't help but ask. My family is relatively poor, and I usually feed pigs and cows. Can I also come to school? He was born a slave and didn't have any extravagant hopes. He just wanted to talk. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Feng actually cupped his fists at that person and didn't reprimand him for climbing up the wall. Sure, If you come, the college will arrange for you to feed pigs. I'll teach you how to feed pigs. If you can't do it, then get lost. Have you heard of the new breed of pig in Chang? That thing was also created by White Deer College. What? What? A new breed of pig? Also from White Deer College? Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but have some thoughts. President Zhang, my family has been cooking banquets for generations. Can I go too? Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Feng actually nodded. Have you heard of barbecue? Do you know the delicacies of Chang and hotel? That's the product of White Deer College. Like I said, although White Deer College isn't all-inclusive, as long as you have a skill, I'll accept you. However, as for what you can learn, it'll depend on your own abilities. That's true. That works too. I finally know. That thing was also created by White Deer College? Everyone's emotions were finally ignited. Everyone began to ask questions. President Zhang, I'm a craftsman. Can I go too? Sure. My ancestors' footman, Sure. President Zhang. Sure. Zhang Feng smiled as he looked at the crowd. As for Jia Daoren, Zhang Yuyao, Jing Shuyuer and the others, they were already in a daze as they listened in the corner. How did the problem, which they thought was very troublesome, suddenly become so easily solved with just a few words from Zhang Feng? This was simply, Zhang Feng looked at the increasing number of questions from the crowd. He gestured to the crowd and said, Everyone. White Deer College has reached an agreement with the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Appointments. As long as you can successfully graduate from the college and are willing to work in the Imperial Court, as long as you have proof of graduation, the Imperial Court will accept all of you. Even if you can't go, even if I can't guarantee that you'll have a meteoric rise, as long as you're willing to work hard, it won't be a problem for you to live a healthy and prosperous life. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd and interrupted Zhang Feng. President Zhang, you said that the college has set up the art of medicine. According to what you just said, everyone can learn medicine. Does that mean that everyone can become a physician in the future? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in white walking out from the crowd. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked in confusion. Zhang Feng found this person familiar. Isn't this the kid from the Fan family called Fan Jin? Why is he with the students? He then said calmly, You're right. The college set up the art of medicine so that all students can learn this skill. I can't guarantee that everyone can become a physician, but I can guarantee that everyone who learns medicine will at least know how to treat the basic cold and other diseases. After hearing this, Fan Jin retorted, You set up medical skills so that everyone can learn medical skills. Aren't you afraid of breaking this rule? Opening a medical hall is set up to treat everyone. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Zhang Feng continued, Break the rules? Judging from the current situation, a simple cold will cost an income that ordinary people don't know how long to save up. Some poor people are even trapped by this small disease and don't have the money to treat it, so they die. I set up the art of medicine for the sake of the common people, so that at least they won't be unable to treat a small disease and end up dying of a serious disease. As a physician, don't you understand this? Fan Jin was refuted by Zhang Feng and didn't know how to open his mouth. It was true that many people looked down on them when they were sick. The high medical fees made it difficult for them to do anything. President Zhang set up the art of medicine, which indeed created benefits for the general people. This was undeniable. Fan Jin immediately said, President Zhang, will the medical books written by Dr. Sun also be available for everyone to learn? Zhang Feng nodded and replied, Yes. As for whether you can achieve something in the art of medicine, it doesn't depend on me or the academy. It depends on you. How much you can learn on your own. Fan Jin couldn't help admiring Zhang Feng in his heart. He bowed with both hands and said, President Zhang, I was rude. Please forgive me. Chapter 2199. Zhang Feng waved his hand to show his understanding. At this time, Zhang Feng and Fan Jin's words touched the hearts of all the students present. President Zhang Feng's actions were really from the perspective of the common people. Suddenly, there were countless applause and cheers. It's almost the new year, When will the academy open? When will the things you said come true? It's almost the new year. If we go to Chang and White Deer Academy now, won't we be there until next year? Everyone crowded around Zhang Feng and kept asking when the academy would open. They were afraid that Zhang Feng could not see them, so they kept pushing forward. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." The crowd suddenly quieted down, quietly waiting for Zhang Feng to say what he would say next. It's almost the new year, so there will definitely be a meeting. Once the new year is over, there will be a meeting. But let me say this first, I will not accept everyone. For example, those who only know how to eat and do not work, those who do not learn, I will definitely not accept them. If your performance in your academy is outstanding, then I can make an exception and admit you to White Deer Academy. Or I can give you 2 questions here, and if anyone can answer them, then you can come find me at any time. As soon as these words came out, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone was talking at once. Many confident people were eager to challenge President Zhang's questions. There were also some people who thought of their own skills and went to look for Dean Zhang. Looking at the surging crowd, Zhang Feng said lightly, "Next, if anyone can answer these 2 questions, I'll teach them some knowledge in advance. Listen well. Today there are pheasants and rabbits in the same cage. There are 35 heads on top and 94 feet on the bottom. How many are the pheasants and rabbits?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! What kind of question is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Is this the 9 palaces arithmetic? Everyone looked at each other. No one knew how to answer this question. They had never even heard of it before, let alone answered it. Those who were ready to go up on stage suddenly stopped. Their minds were confused. This question was too difficult. How could they solve it? How can a pheasant and rabbit be in the same cage? 35 heads and 94 legs? How can that be counted clearly? This is too difficult. I can't understand it at all. What heads, what feet, don't rabbits have 4 feet? Seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face. He did not expect that such a simple mathematical Olympiad question would baffle all of them. Then he said leisurely, "Well, I'll give you a simpler question. Do you think the pheasant or the egg came first in the world?" Egg. Fart, where did the egg come from? The pheasant. That's it. It should be the pheasant first. Everyone began to have a heated discussion, each expressing their own opinions. In the end, they couldn't discuss these 2 questions clearly. This was too difficult for them. Those who were eager to try were also defeated by these 2 questions. Zhang Feng took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath and said, "Go back and study these 2 questions. If you can solve them or if you have special skills, you are welcome to come to me. It's getting late. Mr. Jia, see the guests out." Under Jia Doran's lead, everyone was mumbling something in their mouths. Their minds were still thinking about Zhang Feng's question as they slowly walked out. At the same time, Fan Jin stared at Zhang Feng in a daze. He seemed to be thinking about something. When he saw Zhang Feng turn to go back to the room, he silently followed him. Zhang Feng, who had just entered the room, sprawled on a chair. The speech had exhausted him. Just as he was about to take a short nap, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Feng was suddenly awake. "Oh, someone came so quickly." He asked Yu Yao to open the door. The door creaked open. Zhang Feng looked up and could not help but be surprised. "Oh, Mr. Fan, why are you here? Come, come, come. Don't be so polite. Sit down and talk." Fan Jin saluted and said, "I'm Fan Jin from Jiangnan. I'm from the Fan family. I've admired President Zhang's talent for a long time, so I'm here to pay you a visit." Zhang Feng heard this. The Fan family seemed to be quite famous in Jiangnan. And this Fan Jin was also known as the Little Miracle Doctor. Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He said, "Mr. Fan, you're too polite. Ask away." Fan Jin continued, "President Zhang's actions today were all for the sake of the people. It's very admirable. Some of the things I said before were also unheard of. I wonder if President Zhang has any intention of cooperating." Zhang Feng heard this. Cooperation? He immediately asked, "May I know why Mr. Fan wants to cooperate with me? Is there something you can't tell me?" Fan Jin sighed and said, "President Zhang may not know, But the 5 families and 7 families are increasingly oppressed, and the Fan family is struggling at death's door. So I want to talk to you about cooperation. Hearing Fan Jin's words, Zhang Feng said calmly, Mr. Fan, you're very talented and skilled in medicine. We can talk about the specifics. Chapter 2200. At the same time, in the city, a group of students were discussing something on the street. This attracted the attention of the street vendors and the passers-by. They all gathered around them. How many pheasants and rabbits do you think there are? Why can't I count them? 1, 2, 3. No matter how I count, it's not right. They pointed at the pheasants and rabbits in front of the Chang'an restaurant, constantly counting something. The surrounding commoners were even more confused. If they did not know, they would have thought that these students were possessed. The vendor looked at the group of students counting the pheasants and rabbits in his stall. He could not help but ask, Little brat, what are you counting? What are you doing? Are you going to buy it or not? A student said, Go. Don't disturb me, we're discussing something important. There will be money for you. The vendor was instantly interested. What important matter is it? Why are you being so secretive? Tell me about it. The student said impatiently. What are you doing? Go do what you need to do. The vendor said flatteringly. I've seen you guys gather here for a long time. Just what is it that is making you so confused? The surrounding commoners looked at the students with anticipation. They were curious just what was going on that could make these scholars so serious. The student looked around, then said arrogantly, This is a pheasants and rabbits in the same cage question. There are 35 heads above and 94 feet below. We've studied it for a long time but have not come up with any results. Pheasants and rabbits in the same cage? Isn't this very simple? The pheasants 1, 2, 3. No, it should be this? That's not right, this is too difficult. Who came up with this question? Just what is this for? The surrounding crowd was noisy, expressing their confusion. Just what was going on? Why did they come up with this question? The student said, What do you commoners know? This is a question that the principal of White Deer Academy, Zhang Feng, came up with. If someone can answer it, then they can be admitted. If you have a skill, then you can also be admitted. What? The principal of White Deer Academy personally came up with this question? Why did he come up with this question? Could it be that the dean of White Deer Academy wants to recruit students in Yuezhou City? For a moment, there were different opinions. The crowd fell into a discussion, each expressing their own opinions. Seeing this, the student continued. Of course, this question is too difficult. There is another question. Which came first in this world, the pheasant or the egg? After the commoners heard this, they revealed confident expressions. This was simple. Even children of a few years old could do it. How could this question stump them? The egg comes first. Bullshit, let me ask you, where did the egg come from? It was born from a pheasant. Then that's it. The pheasant came first. Go. The egg comes first. What do you know? I said that the pheasant came first. Within the crowd, there were already 2 people who were close to fighting over this question, arguing endlessly. The other people sighed that the question set by the principal of White Deer Academy was too profound. But when they thought about how to enter White Deer Academy, it really was a matter that brought glory to their ancestors. As they spoke, some people had already gone back to find their children and prepare to register. At the same time, in a village near Yuezhou City, a youth in tattered clothes was squatting outside the fence of a battlement. His mouth was muttering something that no one knew what he was saying. At this time, a woman over 40 years old walked out of the house and shouted, Dezhuang, what are you doing outside the battlement? After shouting for a long time, there was no response. She only saw that the youth was still there, counting something. The woman went to the battlement to see the youth, only to see the youth continuously saying, 1, 2, 3, 20 heads. The rabbit is 1, 2, 3. The woman continued saying, I'm talking to you. Dezhuang, did you hear me? Dezhuang impatiently said, Go cook your meal, don't bother me. As he said this, he continued counting. The woman saw this and was shocked. Dezhuang, what are you doing? Don't scare me. It's over. Dezhuang has gone crazy. Dezhuang's father, come out and see the child. the woman anxiously shouted. A moment later, a man wearing a black robe came out, his mouth saying, "What's wrong? What's wrong with De Zhuang?" The man looked at De Zhuang, who was muttering to himself. He pulled De Zhuang's wrist over and placed his finger on De Zhuang's pulse. After a while he muttered, "De Zhuang is fine." The woman continued saying, "Then what's wrong with De Zhuang?" Early in the morning, he ran to the battlement and kept muttering to himself, "I don't know what he's saying. When I called him, he ignored me." The man shook his head. He also did not know what was going on. When he checked De Zhuang's pulse, everything was normal. There was no problem. What was going on? He was originally a traveling doctor, traveling to various places to treat illnesses and save people. Today, he received an invitation to go to Yuezhou City to treat a patient. In Yuezhou City, a group of students went door to door looking for pheasants and rabbits. They kept confirming that the pheasants and rabbits were in the same cage. Many parents of the students thought that their children were sick and went to find a doctor. The doctors were very busy, running from house to house. P.S. Welcome to the second fan club, Goose number 796,825,810. Chapter 2201. At the same time, the traveling doctor had already arrived in Yuezhou City. Just as he entered the city, he discovered that there were many traveling doctors with medicine boxes at their waists. He did not know what had happened in the city, but did not think too much about it. He wanted to find a tea house to drink some tea to quench his thirst. After a short while, the traveling doctor arrived at a small tea house. Just as he reached the door, he saw a group of people gathered together, not knowing what they were doing. Without thinking too much, he found a place to sit down, preparing to order a cup of tea to quench his thirst. Speaking of which, that day, the dean of White Deer Academy was arguing with the students in his mansion. That scene was really majestic. The dean stood on the table and spoke loudly. It was really majestic. A voice passed from the crowd to the traveling doctor's ears. He curiously went over to see what was happening. Why were there so many people gathered, and what were they doing? When they got closer, it turned out to be a man in a black coat, with a small beard and a folding fan in his hand. He was standing on the table and talking about something with great interest. More and more people gathered around this side. It turned out that this was a storyteller telling a story here. Those who were interested stopped to watch. The storyteller continued to speak. "Do you know? The dean of White Deer Academy wants to open an academy in Jiangnan to recruit students. He has set 2 questions as the criteria to recruit students. If you can answer them, then you will be accepted into White Deer Academy. The first question is the question of a pheasant and a rabbit in a cage. How many pheasants and rabbits do you get?" Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. No wonder my child chases after the pheasant and rabbit every day. What is he doing there? That's right, that's right. My nephew stares at the pheasant and rabbit every day in a daze. I thought he was possessed. What kind of question is this? How can you count it? Hearing this, the traveling doctor's heart shook. He could not help but blurt out, "Isn't this the mathematical Olympiad question of the 9 palaces of mathematics?" What? Mathematical Olympiad? What is the mathematical Olympiad? Old man, what are you talking about? This matter. Everyone's face was filled with confusion. And at this time, the expression of the storyteller on the stage suddenly changed. He hurriedly asked, "Old mister, are you talking about the 9 palaces of mathematics that only the princes and nobles can learn?" Hiss. Motherf asterisk cur. What the hell is that? Sir, can you make yourself clearer? I'll pay for your tea today, but you have to tell me, what does 9 palaces mathematics and Olympiad mathematics have to do with this young rabbit in the same cage? That's right, that's right. If you can explain it clearly, we'll even invite them to the restaurant today. If you can't explain it clearly, we'll have to let you walk out of here alive. All of the commoners were dumbfounded and began to clamor. The storyteller was sweating profusely when he heard that. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to the crowd. Everyone, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Olympiad mathematics is a kind of profound knowledge. Every family has a farmland to cultivate. How much is the annual yield? How many seeds are to be planted? How much can be produced in one mu of land, and how much income is to be earned? Isn't this a headache for ordinary people? Everyone nodded in agreement. The storyteller continued, however, if you learn 9 palaces mathematics, then these things can be easily solved. As for the current ministers and high-ranking officials, they use 9 palaces mathematics to calculate their income and expenditure. They have to ensure the accounts of the Tang dynasty's treasury. But with 9 palaces mathematics, those things become very simple. So that's how it is. It turns out that Director Zhang Feng is really considerate of the commoners. He actually taught 9 palaces mathematics, which is only available in the palace, to everyone. It's such a good thing. We must learn it. I also have to ask my son to sign up for it. For a moment, the commoners shouted one after another. What's this about the pheasant and rabbit in the same cage? Hurry up and explain it. That's right, that's right. The storyteller looked at the footman with a troubled expression. He bowed with his hands folded in front and said, Old sir, I don't know how to answer this question. Since you know 9 palaces mathematics, you must know how to answer the question of the pheasant and rabbit in the same cage, right? The footman said frankly. Old man used to be a minister in the Duke's mansion of Chang, and so he naturally knows about 9 palaces mathematics. As for the pheasant and rabbit in the same cage, old man doesn't know either. But you can go to Chang and's White Deer Academy and ask the students there. They definitely know how to answer it. What? Isn't it crazy to go to White Deer Academy now? It's such a long way. Seeing this, the storyteller continued. Everyone calm down. As I said before, the director of White Deer Academy is going to open a school in Jiangnan. And he will take care of all your meals and drinks, and he will not charge you any tuition. If you have a skill and perform well, he will arrange for you to find a job in the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Appointments. What? Free? I can find a job in the imperial court? Really? I want my son to go. Who knows, he might be able to do something and bring glory to his ancestors. For a moment everyone was discussing animatedly, constantly sighing with admiration for Director Zhang Feng. P.S. Welcome to the number 2 fan club, Goose number 796,825,810. Chapter 2202. A moment later, the commoners left the tea house one after another, going back to find their children. The next day, after the storyteller told the story of Principal Zhang Feng, the commoners of the city were in an uproar. The students were also constantly looking for pheasants and rabbits in the various stalls, seriously counting. There were also some who were constantly thinking about the questions given by the principal of White Deer Academy, causing the vendors and the owners of the noodle shops to not know what the students were doing. Guests, what do you want to eat, noodles or dumplings? In a noodle shop, a peddler dressed in plain clothes was asking the students who were seated. No matter how many times he asked, no one paid any attention to him. They seemed to be deep in thought. When the peddler saw that the students were still not speaking, he continued to ask, Dear guests, what exactly do you want to order? If you don't want to eat, would you mind moving to another place? One of the students said impatiently, Go, go, go. Don't disturb us, we'll order again in a while. We definitely won't forget your silver. The vendor looked at the situation and could only swallow back the words he was about to say. In his heart he thought, what's wrong with these students sitting there in a daze, not saying anything when asked, are they possessed? At the same time, in an imposing mansion in Yuezhou City, a middle-aged man was looking at a youngster squatting beside a pheasant house and a rabbit house, constantly counting something. After counting for a while, he ran to the kitchen and brought back some pheasant eggs. Looking at the pheasants scratching their ears and cheeks in thought, the middle-aged man immediately said, Feng, what are you doing squatting there? Why don't you say something? Are you bewitched? Why are you counting so early in the morning? What the hell are you counting for? Master, there are guests. The middle-aged man looked at the youngster and sighed, then went out to greet the guests. Pushing open the door, he looked and immediately said, Yo Lao Li Lao Zhang Lao Wang, why are you here? What brings you to my mansion as guests? Old Wang smiled and said, Look at what you're saying, Old Huang. Can't I come here to drink with you? These old friends haven't seen each other for a long time. No matter what, We have to sit together and drink and chat. Don't you think so? Lao Li and Lao Zhang chimed in. Yeah, Lao Huang, do you not welcome us? Old Huang laughed and said, What are you talking about? Come, please come in. They followed Lao Huang to the backyard and ordered the servants to prepare a table of food and wine for them to have a good drink. At this time, Lao Li saw the young man who was counting the pheasants and rabbits. He asked in confusion, Lao Li, what's wrong with that kid of yours? What is he counting over there? Lao Huang sighed and waved his hand saying, Sai, don't mention it. Ever since my kid heard that the dean of White Deer Academy had come to Jiangnan to give a lecture, he came back and ordered people to buy pheasants and rabbits. Every day, he would hold the pheasants and rabbits and count them back and forth. He said that the dean was recruiting students in Jiangnan, and even set 2 questions. If someone could answer them correctly, they would be admitted. Hearing this, Lao Li immediately asked, What? The dean of White Deer Academy came here to recruit students and set up questions? I was wondering what's wrong with my kid. He's the same as your kid, holding the pheasants and rabbits and counting them back and forth every day. Do you think that this President Zhang of White Deer Academy is fake? If someone could answer these questions, they would be admitted? Old Zhang interrupted. That's right. I don't know if this is true or not. White Deer Academy is very famous in Chang, and Principal Zhang is even more famous. Why would he come here to open an academy? I also heard this news from my kid. At first, I didn't believe it, but yesterday in the little tavern on the street, a footman and a storyteller told me everything clearly and logically. Only then did I know that it was true. Lao Li continued. Yes, I also heard that Dean Zhangfeng is recruiting students from all over the world, and he doesn't charge any tuition fees. If you have a skill, then you can even work in the imperial court. Also, what is his 9 palaces mathematics? That is a profound knowledge that only princes and members of the imperial family can come into contact with. This Dean Zhangfeng is going to teach this to all the students in the world. It's unbelievable. Lao Huang heard their words and couldn't help but say in surprise, Is what you said true? Does Dean Zhangfeng really intend to teach this profound knowledge to all the students? If that's the case, then imagine this 9 palaces mathematics. If we let our children learn it, then it's really too amazing. In the future, even if we don't talk about working in the imperial court, even if we become merchants, our future will be limitless. Lao Wang, Lao Zhang, and Lao Li nodded slightly, indicating that they agreed with Lao Huang's words. After thinking for a moment, the 3 of them hurriedly bid farewell to Lao Huang and went home to see their children. They didn't want to miss this great opportunity. To be able to learn such profound knowledge, for merchants, it was very useful. P.S. Welcome to the number 2 fan club, Goose number 796,825,810. Chapter 2203. At the same time, in a remote village near Yuezhou City, a group of people were doing farm work. Not far away, in a thatched hut, a young man in tattered clothes was mumbling to himself. Daniel, it's time to eat. What are you doing squatting there? A slightly plump woman with a headscarf walked out of the thatched hut. She saw her son counting something in front of the hut, and could not help but ask. Seeing that Daniel did not respond, the woman walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Daniel, what are you counting in front of the hut? Hurry up and eat. Your father will be back from the field soon. The woman called out to him for a long time, but Daniel did not respond. He just stared at the hut and mumbled, 1, 2, no. Seeing this, the woman thought to herself, What's wrong with Daniel? Ever since he came back from the city, it's like he's been possessed. He's been counting in front of the hut every day. At this moment, De Zhuang's father, who had just finished his farm work, came back with a group of farmers. He shouted from afar, Wife, is the food ready? I'm starving. The woman went up to them and said, De Zhuang's father, something happened. De Zhuang is sick. When De Zhuang's father heard this, he immediately asked anxiously, What happened? What happened? He then looked at De Zhuang, who was counting, and shouted, De Zhuang! De Zhuang! However, no one said anything for a long time. This made De Zhuang's parents very anxious. When the neighbors saw De Zhuang's situation, they immediately exclaimed, Your child is like this too. My child is like this too. He ran to the hut early in the morning to count something. He doesn't even respond. I think he's been possessed. That's right. What's going on? He became like this when he came back from the city yesterday. The group of people continued to discuss this matter. At this moment, a doctor walked over from not far away. He saw that the villagers were discussing something and went forward to see what was going on. The doctor said, "You're right." When De Zhuang's parents and neighbors saw the doctor coming from afar, they immediately shouted, Doctor, quickly come and see what's wrong with the child. What's going on?" Lang Zhong glanced at De Zhuang, who was counting, and sighed. "There's no need to look, it's all like this. Whether it's your village or you state city, it's all the same." "What? Are they all like this? Could it be that Yuzhou city and the village are infected with the plague? Are all the children possessed?" Seeing this, Lang Zhong continued, "You may not know, but this is a test that the headmaster of White Deer Academy personally came up with." "What? A pheasant and a hare in the same cage? What is a pheasant and a rabbit in the same cage?" "That's right. No wonder the child was suddenly possessed." Everyone fell into a state of discussion. Lang Zhong said, "Everyone please calm down. I'm not too clear on the specifics, I've only heard it from others. I only know that the Dean of White Deer Academy wants to recruit students, so he specially set up a test. If someone can answer it, then they can be admitted." "What kind of question is this? Why did the Dean of White Deer Academy set this question? Since he wants to open an academy, why did he set this question?" Everyone began to discuss, not understanding the intentions of the Dean of White Deer Academy. Lang Zhong could not help but say, "You may not know, but White Deer Academy doesn't accept everyone. Could it be that those fools could also enter? So there must be a reason why he set up this question." "I see. But how much does it cost to enter White Deer Academy?" That's right. We commoners don't earn much money anyway. In recent years the Zhuang family's harvest has not been good. I wonder if the school fees are expensive or not." Lang Zhong shook his head. "I'm also not sure. I only know that the Dean of White Deer Academy does not charge any fees for enrollment. Everything is free. If you have a skill, after you graduate, you can even find a position in the court. Not only do you not have to spend money, you can also earn money." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd burst into an uproar. They looked at Lang Zhong in disbelief. They could not believe that there was such a good thing in this day and age. "Doctor, is what you said true? Is it true that you can earn money without spending money? It can't be fake, right? Is there really such a good thing waiting for us commoners?" At this time everyone expressed their own opinions, gradually gathering around Lang Zhong. They looked at Lang Zhong expectantly, wanting to know the truth of this matter. Lang Zhong's forehead was covered with sweat. "I don't know much about this matter, but I heard it from a storyteller in a little tea house in Yuzhou City. All the commoners of Yuzhou City know about this matter. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask." After everyone heard this, they were incomparably excited. The Dean of White Deer Academy really thought about the commoners. Not only did they not have to pay money, they could even find a position in the court to earn money. For such a good thing to fall into the hands of the commoners, just how much good fortune did they accumulate in their previous life? Immediately bidding farewell to De Zhuang and the others, they returned home to prepare for their children's journey to Tang and White Deer Academy. Chapter 2204. After the crowd had dispersed, De Zhuang's father looked at De Zhuang, who was still counting the pheasants, and seemed to be deep in thought. He immediately said to the woman, "Wife, why don't we sell the sheep and the pheasants?" The woman thought for a moment before replying, "Sell. For the sake of our child's future, we need to fully support his studies." At this moment, De Zhuang regained his senses and looked at his parents, who had a serious expression on their faces. He asked curiously, "Father, mother, what happened? Did something happen?" De Zhuang's father calmed himself down and said, "De Zhuang, we just heard that the Dean of Chang'an's White Deer Academy is recruiting students and has set up a test. If there is someone who can solve the test, they will be admitted. If you have a skill, you can also be admitted. Don't follow us to farm. Hurry up and go to school. That way, you will have a bright future." Hearing this, De Zhuang immediately said, Dad, Mom, if I leave, who will farm the land? Who will do the farm work? Mother's body is not good and can't do heavy work. You are the only one left in the fields. How can I not care about you? I better not go. Hearing De Zhuang's words, the woman could not hold back her anger. She angrily said, I say, you foolish child, don't even think about learning when others don't want to. Even if your family is poor, but the position of Dean of White Deer Academy does not discriminate between rich and poor. As long as you have a skill, you can become outstanding there. No matter what, you have to give your family some face. De Zhuang's father immediately chimed in, That's right. Your mother is right. If you graduate from the academy and get a position in the imperial court, the two of us will really be lucky. I'll take care of the family matters. Don't worry. De Zhuang clenched the corner of his shirt and said, But our family has no money. I don't want to be a burden to the family. It's better if I don't go. I will stay at home and help farm. Hearing this, De Zhuang's father flew into a rage, wanting to beat De Zhuang up. He angrily said, You child, I've already told you that you don't need to worry about the family. You just need to focus on your studies. Besides, White Deer Academy doesn't even charge a single cent of tuition fees. This is already a great benefit to the commoners. If you don't take this opportunity to work hard, and instead say such depressing words, how can you face us? The woman then said, That's right. You don't have to worry about your family. Your father is in charge of the land. We'll sell the sheep and pheasants at home to make some money for your travel expenses. You can use them sparingly on the road. The journey to Chang'an is long. Hearing this, De Zhuang hurriedly said, No, if we sell the sheep, what will we use to live? If we sell the pheasants, what will we eat? Besides, the Dean of Chang'an's White Deer Academy is here to open an academy in Yuezhou City. There is no need to go to Chang'an. When De Zhuang's parents heard this, they were shocked. Really? Opening an academy in Yuezhou City? De Zhuang slightly nodded his head. Suddenly, the whole family was overjoyed. At this time, when the other farmers in the village heard this news, they all began to raise money for their children's travel expenses. At the same time, in an incomparably luxurious mansion in Yuezhou City, Old Huang was sitting on a recliner, looking at the youth counting the pheasants. He immediately said, Housekeeper, prepare the children and the young master's luggage. Prepare to leave. Yes, master. The youth came back to his senses and saw the servants running around in the courtyard, as if they were preparing something. He couldn't help but ask Old Huang, who was lying on the recliner, Father, what are they doing? Old Huang narrowed his eyes and said, Child, I heard that the Dean of Chang'an's White Deer Academy is going to open an academy in Yuezhou City. He even set up a test for the students. I also heard that he is going to teach all the students the 9 palaces mathematics, which only the princes and members of the royal family have access to. The youth slightly nodded his head and said, Yes, but I don't want to go to school in Yuezhou City. If I want to go, I want to go to Chang'an's White Deer Academy. What kind of status do I have? I can't stay in the same academy as those unruly people. I'm determined not to go. When Old Huang heard this, he was so angry that he immediately sat up from the chair and scolded, You unfilial son, that is a branch of White Deer Academy opened by Dean Zhangfeng. There is no difference between it and White Deer Academy. Moreover, you can learn the 9 palaces mathematics. Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Do you want to anger me to death before you stop? The youth snorted and turned his head away, replying indifferently, I don't care so much. In any case, I can't stay in the same academy as those unruly people. What kind of status do I have? What are they? They don't have the qualifications to stay in the same academy as me. They don't deserve it. Old Huang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but this unfilial son had been spoiled since he was young. He was used to it and would not listen to anything he said. He could only softly say, My son, listen to your father. Stay in the branch of Yuezhou City and study, okay? The youth arrogantly replied, I don't want to go. The students of Chang'an's White Deer Academy are all high officials or relatives of the emperor. What are the people in Yuezhou City? They are a bunch of unruly people. They don't deserve to stay with me. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Old Huang was instantly enraged. He called the servants and prepared to lock the young master in the woodshed to reflect on his mistakes. The youth saw that his father was angry and could only give in. Okay, I promise you. I'll go, okay? Old Huang, seeing that his son had agreed, immediately ordered people to prepare a sedan and prepare to leave. Seeing this, the youth helplessly said, Father, it's almost the new year. The academy will only open after the new year. Why are you in such a hurry? Old Huang awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Chapter 2205. At the same time, in Yuezhou City's Zhang mansion, Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and looked at Fan Jin thoughtfully. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment he said, Young Master Fan, I will consider this matter carefully. Go back and tell your family. Let me know when you have a result. Fan Jin cupped his hands. I'll go back and discuss this with the clan leader. I'll give you an answer tomorrow at the latest. Zhang Feng was secretly delighted. It seemed that the fish was about to take the bait. If you come to my mansion yourself, I'll welcome you with open arms. As for your family, that's two separate matters. Let me know when you've finished discussing them. Fan Jin cupped his hands and bid farewell. He turned around and prepared to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he bumped into Yu Qiyu, who was looking for Zhang Feng. He nodded slightly to greet her. Yu Qiyu also nodded in response. Then she left Zhang Mansion under Jia Doran's guidance. After bidding farewell to Fan Jin, Zhang Feng lay back in his chair and let out a long sigh. He was about to take a nap when the door creaked open. Zhang Feng turned to see Yu Qiyu, looking at Zhang Feng with a serious expression. You're here? Zhang Feng said as he stretched. Why is Fan Jin here? Yu Qiyu asked, puzzled. What's he doing here? The Fan family was a branch of the Chui clan in Bowling. Fan Jin was a very low-key and honest person. He planted his own medicine fields and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Something must have happened for him to come looking for Prince Zhang. Seeing you are so nervous, Zhang Feng thought to himself. You had been traveling among the various clans all year round, and was very familiar with Jiangnan. She must be proud of something. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said calmly, Fan Jin came looking for me to talk about cooperation, to find a way to survive. Hearing this, Yu Qiyu exclaimed, Are the 5 clans and 7 hopes going to make a move early? Zhang Feng stood up and walked over to Yu Qiyu. He took her hand and said, Maybe, but I'm here. You don't have to worry. Zhang Feng's mind couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Fan family had been quiet all this time, so why did they suddenly send Fan Xian in to look for him? Was it really like what Fan Jin said? The Fan family was prepared to cut off all means of retreat. Did they want to survive in this competition of points? Although Fan Jin made it clear, Zhang Feng wasn't a fool. How could he not tell that the Fan family was deliberately putting on an act for Fan Jin to see? Then, this foolish Fan Jin would come looking for him. Fortunately, you reminded him just now. Otherwise, he would have really been deceived by Fan Jin's expression and words. Yu Qiyu blushed slightly. Prince Zhang, what do you plan to do next? Zhang Feng thought deeply for a moment. He was new to Jiangnan and unfamiliar with the place. If he wanted to take down the big bones of the 5 families and 7 Wangs, he would need to rope in a wave of power that belonged to him. Only then would he be able to gain a firm foothold in Jiangnan. The Fan family could be considered. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, What kind of person is this Fan Jin? Is he reliable? Yu Qiyu nodded. This Fan Jin is honest and usually acts in a low-key manner. I can trust him. But I'm afraid he has some ulterior motive for coming to you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng already had a rough plan in his mind. If he could rope in Fan Jin, with his reputation as the little divine doctor, he was quite popular in Jiangnan. If he let him spread the perfume, soap and other industries, it was bound to attract the attention of the other clans and introduce their products to the market. Zhang Feng waved his hand. It's fine. It's just a relationship of interest. It's all within my control. He thought to himself that if Fan Jin sincerely wanted to rely on him, then he could help the Fan family when the time came. If he only had some ulterior motive, then everything was nothing more than a relationship of interest. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Yu Qiyu faintly asked. Then if your academy opens after the new year, you have to prepare now. If you open an academy on the same scale as White Deer Academy, will Laoli give you the money? Zhang Feng was startled when he heard this. He had not considered this. But since he had come to Jiangnan, would he be troubled by money? There would be an auction later, so he had to get some money. Then he said, as for the money, it will depend on Fan Jin. Hearing this, Yu Qiyu doubtfully asked, Fan Jin? He's usually quiet and low-key. His words don't have any authority in the Fan family. Zhang Feng thought to himself. Indeed, the Fan family was in an awkward position among the 5 clans. In terms of prestige, they did not have the slightest right to speak. In the eyes of the other clans, they were looked down upon. Now they needed someone with a lot of weight to appear. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng sighed deeply and said, it would be great if we could have the help of those people with different surnames. Yu Qiyu said, you're thinking too much. They can't wait to skin you and pull out your tendons. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and agreed. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that Mr. Yushan was from the Chui clan of Qinghe. The Chui clan could be said to be very famous among the Chui clan. With his help, his plan would be able to proceed smoothly. P.S. Welcome to Fan Club number 2. Goose number 796,825,810. Chapter 2206. At this moment, a voice rang out, waking up Zhang Feng from his thoughts. Master, Mr. Yushan has come to visit. Zhang Feng immediately hugged Yuer's waist. Yuer, look, aren't he here? Yu Qiyu's face turned red, struggling in Zhang Feng's arms. Do you think Mr. Yushan is as greedy as you? Maybe Mr. Yushan will slam the door and leave. Ha ha ha. Then do you want to make a bet? Let's see how I can make him help us. Help. Yuer was stunned. She had thought of countless possibilities, but this was the only one she did not think of. Mr. Yushan was known as a stubborn old man. He had always hated money and business matters. Otherwise, how could a great scholar of the Chui family of Qinghe be alone in his old age? The door opened with a creak. Mr. Yushan came in and asked, Old man, I heard that Prince Zhang has opened an academy in Yuezhou City. He even set up a selective enrollment test in his mansion. Is this true? Zhang Feng said indifferently, It is true. It seems like this news has already spread throughout Yuezhou City. Even Mr. Yushan has been alerted. It seems like the speech last time was very successful. The news had already spread throughout the city. The spread of the news by the students and commoners was really unexpected. Now he was just short of pulling Mr. Yushan into his camp. Mr. Yushan nodded his head. Zhang Feng explained, setting a test to recruit students is to let the students spread the news. Secondly, I can't just accept anyone. Those ignorant, incompetent, and lazy people will be the one who will have a headache in the end. Mr. Yushan was shocked. Could it be that this kid wanted him to oversee the academy? Old man was a great scholar. How could he wallow in the mire with this kid? This kid had tricked Mr. Yushernan into overseeing the White Deer Academy in Chang'an. This time he came to Jiangnan, this kid was definitely up to no good. He immediately waved his hand and said, Old man is busy and has no time to take care of the academy's matters. It's better for you to manage it yourself. When Zhang Feng saw that Mr. Yushan had rejected the academy's invitation, he thought to himself that he hadn't used enough bait. Mr. Yushan didn't take the bait. It seemed that he had to use a more ruthless move. He immediately said sincerely, Sir, you see, I only know how to win over talents, but I don't know how to teach people how to be a good person. Who else can take on the responsibility of imparting knowledge other than you? Aren't you afraid that I'll mislead the students? Isn't it better for us to have a clear division of labor? Zhang Feng's words were like needles stabbing into Mr. Yushan's heart. Mr. Yushan thought to himself, this kid really knows how to read people's minds. Indeed, if I let this kid manage the academy and teach the students knowledge, I'm afraid those students will become like profiteers. Wouldn't that be a waste of so many talented and intelligent students? After pondering for a moment, Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and lightly said, Because of Prince Zhang's sincerity, old man will promise you that I'll manage the academy to prevent you from misleading the students. When Yuer saw that Mr. Yushan had agreed, she looked at Zhang Feng with an expression of disbelief. Zhang Feng looked at Yuer's complacent expression, his face asking for a beating. Mr. Yushan continued to ask, since you've already spread the news, when will the academy open? Zhang Feng took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. He deeply inhaled and sighed. The academy will open next year, but it's a pity that I don't have any living money to use right now. Opening an academy required a lot of money. If it was open to the same standard as Chang'an's White Deer Academy, then it would require a very large amount of money. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng with a face of astonishment and said, Old man doesn't believe you. How can you not have money? You've given away so much white paper. Isn't that money? Do you know how precious that is? If you sell this white paper at a low price, then the money will come. This white paper could be said to be very expensive on the market. Normally, only Confucian scholars would use it when writing. Usually, there was only common rice paper on the market, and white paper was very rare. Therefore, scholars cherished it even more. Zhang Feng giving away the white paper made Mr. Yushan's heart bleed even more. Zhang Feng helplessly said, I want to do that, but I've just come to Jiangnan. Where do I have a foothold? The only thing circulating on the market is rice paper. Who would buy my white paper? After he finished speaking, he stared fixedly at Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan felt very uncomfortable being stared at and immediately said, Don't look at me, I don't have money. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and said, No, you misunderstood. I just want you to do me a favor. When Mr. Yushan heard this, he looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. As long as he didn't mention money, everything would be fine. Zhang Feng took out a bottle with small drops of water from the house and handed it to Mr. Yushan. He said, This is perfume. It has the effect of calming the nerves and strengthening the yang energy. Mr. Yushan held the perfume and looked at it carefully. This was a good thing. Not only was it fragrant, but it was also very effective. Thinking of this, he immediately exclaimed, Don't tell me you want old man to sell this for you? No. When Zhang Feng saw this, he said repeatedly, No, you misunderstood. I just want to ask you for a piece of calligraphy to nominate this perfume. Mr. Yushan thought to himself, Is this guy fooling me? He asked doubtfully, Are you serious? Zhang Feng nodded. If this perfume was nominated by Mr. Yushan, it would be extremely precious. It would be a golden signboard. Then, would the perfume not be able to sell? He would definitely make a lot of money. Chapter 2207. Zhang Feng suppressed the joy in his heart. Seeing that Mr. Yushan had agreed to the nomination, he prepared to tell Mr. Yushan about the auction. When the time came, he would need Mr. Yushan to participate. With Mr. Yushan's reputation, the auction would definitely be successful. At that time, the cost of establishing the academy would be completely solved. Thus he smiled and said to Mr. Yushan, Mister, this kid still has something to discuss. Mr. Yushan looked suspiciously at Zhang Feng. He thought to himself, This kid, old man has already nominated the perfume and agreed to the academy. What else is there? Then he said, Kid, old man will definitely not participate in the business of being a trader. Everything else can be discussed. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel touched. This Mr. Yushan was truly a stubborn old man. However, without his reputation, how could the auction attract those wealthy merchant clans and people of different surnames to promote his products? Zhang Feng said faintly, This kid is planning to open an auction. Auction? What was this kid planning to do? However, Zhang Feng's following words made Mr. Yushan admire this kid's way of doing business. Zhang Feng planned to make some glass products, such as colored glass cups, wine cups and other products, along with perfume and soap, and sell them at the auction to the wealthy merchant clans and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. But now, he just lacked an important person to gather these people together. It took Zhang Feng a full hour to explain everything about the auction. Mr. Yushan was stunned and said, You're saying that you want old man to participate in your auction and gather those wealthy merchant clans and people of different surnames? Yes. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan was dumbfounded. He felt that he had been played by Zhang Feng. Mr. Yushan was a great scholar of the Chui clan of Qinghe. This Zhang Feng wanted to use Mr. Yushan's reputation to gather those wealthy merchant clans and people of different surnames. These people would rush to Mr. Yushan's reputation and would definitely raise the price to buy all of Zhang Feng's products. Good kid. He actually schemed against old man. Alas! Zhang Feng sighed and closed his eyes. He sighed and said, I know that you are a person of virtue and prestige, but I need money to run an academy. I've just arrived in Jiangnan. Where would I have any connections and resources? I've just arrived in Jiangnan, and I don't have much of a foothold. You have a great reputation, and you're a teacher who teaches people to be kind and imparts knowledge. I'm thinking for the people of the world, so I have no choice but to do this. Mr. Yushan hesitated when he heard this. This brat was making things very difficult for the old man. If he didn't support him, it would be difficult for the academy to operate. In addition, the old man had already promised him that he would oversee the academy and teach the students. Now that he was going back on his word because of the auction, how could the old man keep his face? Forget it, it was better to listen to his plan first. These novel things also made the old man very curious. Kid, tell me about your plan. This old man wants to hear it. What are these colored glass cups and wine cups? Zhang Feng chuckled and said, Mister, I plan to make some glass products, together with perfumes and soaps, to attract the attention of the rich merchants and clans. With Mister's prestige, there will be countless clans coming to support you. Mister only needs to stay at the auction house, and I will take care of everything. Mr. Yushan's eyes narrowed. He stroked his beard and nodded. It seemed that this kid didn't ask the old man to do anything else. At least this kid had a conscience. Otherwise, the old man would lose face. You said yes, but what about the transparent glass cups? Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng in shock and said, Yes. Those things are used in the palace. You dare to sell them? What's the big deal? Which palace minister doesn't have my things? Why doesn't the old man have them? Zhang Feng smiled and said, Didn't you just come here? After the matter is over, it won't be a problem. Then he continued, As for the colored glass cups and ornaments, they are just some glass products and some trinkets. Those wealthy families definitely like these beautiful and luxurious things, which are wine cups and ornaments. The colored glass cups were actually a kind of ornament made through high-temperature processing. The shape could be changed at will. If those wealthy families were greedy for money, they would give them a Fu-Lu show ornament and make different shapes according to their preferences. To put it bluntly, these ornaments were just some necklaces, earrings, and other small ornaments made of glass. These things would definitely tempt those rich madams. When the time came, they would be given to Jingshu and others to give away. Mr. Yushan heard this and couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Kid, you like to study things that the old man has never seen before to surprise the old man. When will your auction be held? This matter could be rushed for the time being. Fan Jin had just gone back to discuss with his family, and would give an answer the next day. When the time came, he just had to spread the news of the auction, and attract the attention of those wealthy families and clans. Then the plan could be smoothly carried out. In this way, the two matters of the academy and opening up the trade route in Jiangnan would be easily solved. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng looked at Mr. Yushan and said, In a few days I will go and prepare those things. I will have to trouble Mr. Yushan for the rest. Mr. Yushan nodded with satisfaction, then said goodbye to Zhang Feng, and left the house. Chapter 2208. In Yuezhou City. At this moment, the news of Mr. Yushan visiting Zhang Feng had spread like wildfire. Almost everyone knew about it. At the same time, Zhao family. After the Yu family, the Zhao family was the first family that Zhang Feng extended an olive branch to. At this moment, in the living room of the Zhao family, Madame Zhao and Madame Wu looked at the mahogany box on the table with difficulty. No one knew what they were thinking. Why do you think Mr. Yushan is visiting Prince Zhang? This matter has already spread like wildfire in Yuezhou City. I don't know. After the marriage proposal with young Master Zhang was rejected, there hasn't been any news since. Could it be that Prince Zhang is planning to cooperate with Mr. Yushan? It's not very clear now. Mr. Yushan is a great scholar from the Cui family of Qinghe. If he cooperates, his conditions will definitely be better than ours. Enough. At this moment in the corner of the hall, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhao Yu and Madame Wu stood up and shouted. When Madame Zhao and Madame Wu heard this, They shut their mouths and stopped talking. At this moment, the old man sitting at the top said with a gloomy expression, "If Prince Zhang really cooperates with Mr. Yushan, then there is no other way. Do we have to fight with the Cui family of Qinghe for this cooperation opportunity?" Looking at the middle-aged man faintly, everyone's eyes revealed a helpless expression. The old man in the lead happily picked up the perfume and smeared it on his face, arms, and even his stomach. It didn't take long for him to finish making a bottle of perfume. The value of this little thing is quite high. If the Cui family of Qinghe gets it, the future is unimaginable. Our Zhao family and your Wu family can forget about surviving in the business world. What awaits us is only death. The old man clapped his hands, then picked up the soap and sniffed it. He actually took a sip. In an instant, his mouth was full of bubbles. The old man frowned slightly and sighed. I didn't expect such a small bottle of perfume to make people so addicted to the fragrance. If only we could get the manufacturing method, then our Zhao family wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone. After a round of evaluation, Zhang Feng's items were like priceless treasures in his eyes. The entire Zhao family was filled with admiration for Zhang Feng. They admired Zhang Feng for being able to create such a miraculous thing. At this moment, the old man asked, "Zhao Zhu, do you have any other good ways to get the production method of this item, or let Zhang Feng cooperate with us?" When Zhao Yuer's father heard this, he could not help but be speechless. However, he did not dare to offend any of these people. He hurriedly said, "Old master, I heard that Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan this time with a group of bodyguards. Those bodyguards seem to be from the imperial palace. If we use force, we may not be able to do anything. Moreover, last time when we sent you, and Wu Man, to the Zhang mansion for a marriage alliance, we were rejected. No. Do you all have pig brains? Don't you know how to think? Do you all want to wait for Prince Zhang to cooperate with the Cui clan of Qinghe and drive us to a dead end?" Everyone fell into silence, and no one dared to refute. Zhang Feng was unmoved by force or persuasion, and he couldn't be touched. Beauty traps wouldn't work either. What should we do? Could it be that we can only watch helplessly as our clan declines? Zhao Zhu could not help sweating. These muddle-headed and arrogant old things only knew how to shout. Yuer's pursuers were almost all high-ranking officials and dignitaries. There were even people from all walks of life who threw out an olive branch. Did they throw their tails up to the sky just like that? What could he do if Zhang Feng was unmoved by force or persuasion? Last time, he had already reached his limit by sacrificing his daughter. This time, what could he do if Zhang Feng cooperated with the Cui clan of Qinghe? They did not know this, but as the person in charge of the Zhao family, he knew how terrifying Zhang Feng was. Just like that, he had lost an opportunity that should have belonged to the Zhao family to soar to greater heights. How sorrowful and helpless this was. Zhao Zhu did not have any hope at this moment. He could only stand there numbly. After sending away the pedantic elders of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhu slumped on the chair as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out of him. He knew that the Zhao family might not have the chance to rise again after missing the big tree that was Zhang Feng. "Husband, let's just wait and see. Before there are any results, let's see what Prince Zhang will do next. Who knows, there might be a glimmer of hope." Madame Zhao stood up and said with a gloomy expression. Zhao Zhu sighed deeply and said, "That's all we can do now. In the next few days, I will send people to keep an eye on Prince Zhang and see if there are any changes. Since we can't touch him, then let's just wait and see." Madame Zhao nodded. Madame Wu stepped forward and said, "Then I will take my leave first. I have to go back to the family to discuss this matter. After that, we will see how things develop. If there is really no change, then we can only accept our fate." With that, Madame Wu turned and left the Zhao family. Zhao Zhu looked at his wife, and both of them were helpless. Chapter 2209. On the east side of the Yuezhou prefecture, in a mansion close to the city wall. This was the Fan family, a branch of the Zheng family of Xingyang. A group of people were discussing in the courtyard, each expressing their own opinions. "Patriarch, which side are we on?" "Yes, Patriarch, if this continues, we will be stuck in the middle. Yes, we don't care, but those children are the hope of the future." A middle-aged man in plain clothes was thinking about something with his head lowered. He was the patriarch of the Fan family. The Fan family was stuck in the middle of the 5 clans and 7 Wang families. They came and went as they were called, and lived like a dog. Now they needed to make a choice and stand in the right position to maintain the family. After thinking for a while, the patriarch of the Fan family said, "You don't have to worry, I have already sent the children to Chang'an. People like us don't care, but the children are our hope. I only hope that they can continue the Fan family." Report. Patriarch, the young master is back. At this time, at the door of the Fan family, a servant was panting and shouting. "What? This brat, didn't I send him to Chang'an? Why did he come back?" At this time, a youth came out from behind the servant. Seeing the patriarch, he shouted excitedly, "Father, I'm back. Greetings, uncles." The patriarch was furious. This brat, Lao Tzu sent him out, but he came back. Did he think that he was not troublesome enough? His uncles were also shocked to see Fan Jin return. They sighed and blamed this child for being too insensible. The patriarch said angrily, "You brat, do you really want to anger me to death? Didn't I send you to Chang'an? Why did you come back?" Seeing this, Fan Jin hurriedly said, "Father, uncles, listen to me. I went to find President Zhang, and he agreed to accept me. He also said that if we stand on his side, he will protect us. Everything is up to us." Could it be that President Zhang of White Deer Academy? Why would he help us? Yes, he represents the current imperial court. We have lived like dogs for so many years. Are we going to continue to be dogs for him? No, I can't go back to my old life. Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. They were constantly expressing their inner thoughts. They had been living like dogs among the various forces all these years. Their lives were very suffocating. Now that they saw hope, they still lived like dogs. They wouldn't want to live under someone else's roof. The patriarch looked at the crowd, then looked at Fan Jin and sighed. It's not that we don't want to make a choice, but these years, the clansmen have had enough of living under someone else's roof. We don't want to go back to the past. Now the hope of the clan is on you children. Don't let us down. Behind that Zhang Feng is the imperial court, and the imperial court is the sworn enemy of the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans. How are we going to survive when the 2 tigers fight? This is a matter that must be carefully considered. We can't gamble. If we fail, what awaits us is destruction. Seeing this, Fan Jin said anxiously, "Don't you know President Zhang's character? He is an open and trustworthy person. I know this very well. Besides, the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans are against the imperial court. They are purely seeking their own destruction. Their destruction is only a matter of time. You have to think about it carefully." Fan Jin's words made the crowd fall into deep thought. Back then, the Fan family was sandwiched between the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans, and was often bullied by those people. The clan declined day by day, and their days were very difficult. They were ordered around like dogs, just like cannon fodder. Their life and death were worthless to the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans. Even if they died, no one would pity them. Now that Zhang Feng had thrown an olive branch to them, they really did not dare to accept it. This was related to the life and death of the entire clan. As the patriarch, he had to be responsible for the entire clan. If he took a wrong step, he would lose everything. He was extremely conflicted. The patriarch sighed deeply and said, "Did President Zhang say what he needs our clan to do?" Seeing that his father was wavering, Fan Jin continued, "President Zhang is going to hold an auction in a few days. Some glass products, perfumes, soaps, and other things will be put on the market. It will attract the attention of the rich merchants, clans, and the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans, so that they will buy them crazily. What we need to do is to spread the news." "Are you serious?" Fan Jin nodded. The family head and the other family members couldn't help but think in their hearts. This perfume was a rare item, and its preciousness was not inferior to the white paper in the market. Previously, it had received cooperation requests from some families. This time, Principal Zhang's auction would definitely attract the attention of those families. If they stood on Principal Zhang's side, the Fan family would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Perhaps in the future, they could rely on Principal Zhang to make a comeback and no longer be cannon fodder. Thinking of this, The patriarch hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, "I've decided to stand on President Zhang's side and work for him." After hearing his father's agreement, Fan Jin was very happy. His clan was finally saved. This decision might change the status of the Fan family in the future. P.S. Welcome to the number 2 fan club. Goose number 796,825,810. Chapter 2210. Yuezhou City. Wang family. A huge mansion appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although the mansion was huge, it was slightly dilapidated. There were obvious cracks on the stone lion at the entrance, and the paint on the pillars had fallen off due to old age. Even the door had obvious marks. At first glance, it looked like a down-and-out mansion. It wasn't hard to imagine how grand this mansion used to be, but no one cared about it now. At this moment, there was a group of people gathered in the hall of the mansion. They seemed to be discussing something, and they were all expressing their opinions. Do you know that Prince Zhang is going to cooperate with the Chui clan of Qinghe? Of course I know. I even heard that Mr. Yushan talked with Prince Zhang until late at night. Could it be that Prince Zhang is going to cooperate with the Chui clan of Qinghe to release this perfume into the market? Who knows? If that's the case, how can our Wang family rise again? Quiet down and listen to me. As he spoke, a man in his 40s walked out of the house. He had long hair and a face full of wrinkles. He looked kind and amiable. He was the head of the Wang family, Wang Shi. The Wang family was once glorious. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the 9-rank system was the main selection system for officials. The 9-rank system placed great importance on one's family background, which resulted in the power of the already famous families to grow. The Wang family of Taiyuan was also one of the top families in the world during this period. Later on, due to certain matters, the family declined, and they were always thinking of rising up again. Everyone instantly quieted down. Wang Shi glanced at everyone and said, "I already know about this. As for the cooperation between Prince Zhang and the Chui clan of Qinghe, it's not good for us. As for Prince Zhang's medicine, I don't know if it can save our Wang clan." Then, what does the head mean? A man in the crowd walked up and asked in confusion. Wang Shi was in a dilemma. He had endured for so many years, and now that Prince Zhang appeared, he saw the hope of revival. But could that small bottle of medicine really bring the Wang family back to life? He didn't know. If it failed, he didn't know how to face his family. Gamble? Or not? At this moment, these two decisions were impacting Wang Shi's heart. Previously, when little friend Zhang Feng came to his residence as a guest, he felt that little friend Zhang Feng was very reliable and even recommended him. After a moment of hesitation, his expression became resolute. He said, "I want to believe in little friend Zhang Feng. And I also believe in the precious value of that small medicine. This time, I'm gambling on the fate of the Wang clan. After enduring for so many years, I can't continue like this." Wang Shi's hot-blooded declaration ignited the fire in everyone's hearts. In order to revive their family, they were willing to stake everything on this gamble. At the same time, on the west side of the Yuezhou prefecture, there was a small mansion close to the city wall. This was the once insufferably arrogant Yang family. All these years, the Yang family had been very low-key in Jiangnan, because they were afraid that Li Shimin would think of them. However, for some unknown reason, they had been targeted a few days ago. As a result, their originally poor life became even worse. Although these years, the Yang family had been suppressing them, they could only endure it. It was not that they didn't want to report it, but that they didn't dare to. Report. "Oh no, Mr. Yushan has visited Prince Zhang." At this moment, at the door of the Yang family, a breathless voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, the Yang family, who were in a state of panic, became furious. "What? Bastard, what did you say? Mr. Yushan has visited Prince Zhang?" At this moment, an old man in his 50s rushed out of the front hall with a crutch and asked. The clansman who had just returned from the outside told them everything that he had heard outside. Tears and snot running down his face. "What? Is Prince Zhang preparing to cooperate with the Chui family of Qinghe Chui?" In an instant, all the Yang family, who had been driven out, were in an uproar. "What should we do? If the Cui family of Qinghe cooperates with Prince Zhang, then wouldn't the perfume made by Prince Zhang be taken advantage of by the Cui family of Qinghe? That's right, then the Jiangnan market will be disrupted. The Cui family of Qinghe family will be the dominant force. At that time, the position of the Yang family will become more and more difficult. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They were already in a state of panic. If this happened, then it would be one disaster after another. Previously, Prince Zhang wanted to rope them in, but they did not agree. Now the Cui family of Qinghe family had taken advantage of them. What should they do? Is this small bottle really that valuable? I don't know who dares to bet on this. Forget it. Otherwise, the loss will not be worth it. How could they not know about the matter of Zhangfeng? They had also heard about the matter of Chang and White Deer Academy, but they did not dare to bet the life and death of their entire family on a small bottle of perfume. If they failed, then all the efforts of the Yang family over the years would be in vain. Everyone fell into silence. Chapter 22:11. At the same time, after bidding farewell to Mr. Yushan, Zhang Feng returned to his room and asked Jia Daoren to call Jingshu in for a detailed discussion. At this moment, Jingshu opened the door and saw Zhang Feng. "You Yao and you seem to be discussing something." She then asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, what is it that you want to discuss?" Zhang Feng stepped forward and took Jingshu's hand to help her sit down. He looked at the three women and said lightly, "The auction will begin in 2 days. Next, we have to start preparing for the auction." Auction? Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng in confusion, and then looked at Yu and Yu Yao. She didn't know that Jingshu wasn't there when she was talking with Mr. Yushan, so she was quite curious. Could it be that Prince Zhang had come up with some new tricks? Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Jingshu, I'm going to open an academy. All of my properties are in Chang, and so Mr. Yushan and I have decided to open an auction in 2 days to earn some money for the academy's construction and open up a business route in Jiangnan." What? You also pulled Mr. Yushan to your side? This Mr. Yushan was a stubborn old man with a traditional mindset. Moreover, he was a great scholar of the Cui clan of Qinghe. How could he be involved in such a treacherous business with Zhang Feng? Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Zhang Feng chuckled and then pointed to Zhang Yuyao and Yuer, saying, "Well, if you don't believe me, you can ask them. They were there." Zhang Yuyao and Yuer nodded helplessly. This Prince Zhang was so prepared and farsighted. At first, they didn't believe that he could pull Mr. Yushan to his side. Now they were convinced. Prince Zhang seemed to have a magical power that could make the impossible possible. Life was like a play, and it all depended on acting skills. They admired Prince Zhang very much. The facts were right in front of them. Jingshu couldn't help but admire Prince Zhang's talent and strategy. "Well, everyone is here. Let's show you something good first. Old Jia, prepare the carriage. Did you take down the workshop I asked you to set up before?" "Yes, it's in the alley to the right of the market. Let's go. Lead the way." The group rushed to the workshop. This workshop was located in the bustling area of Yuezhou City. It was originally a small workshop that made colored glass. Colored glass was highly sought after in Jiangnan, and was very precious. The owner of this small workshop was a middle-aged man who had been processing colored glass for more than 30 years. The business was mediocre. If he didn't open it, he would make a profit for 3 years. Suddenly, a person came one day and wanted to buy his workshop. At the same time, he would give him a sum of money every year to continue to take care of the workshop. The owner thought that it was his turn to be a good thing, so he agreed without hesitation. It turned out that the man bought the workshop because his master had the absolute skill of making colored glass, so he sent him to buy the workshop. A moment later, 2 carriages slowly drove over. A man in white and 3 beautiful women came down from the carriages. The owner saw that the people who came were dignified and dignified. They were definitely not ordinary people. When he saw the coachman, he was shocked. Wasn't this the person who bought his workshop? Could it be? The person next to him was the master who had the absolute skill of making colored glass? How could he be so young? He immediately went forward to greet him, bowed respectfully and said, "Master, are you the master who bought my workshop?" Zhang Feng nodded his head in acknowledgement. The owner had been processing colored glass for more than 30 years, and his skills were even more impressive. The man in front of him actually had better colored glass processing skills than him. He didn't believe it. Thinking of this, he invited everyone into the workshop. He wanted to see if the man in front of him was as powerful as the rumors said. As soon as they entered the workshop, everyone felt incomparably hot. They saw a group of craftsmen working on their positions. When they saw the owner come in, they nodded their heads and greeted him. The owner brought everyone to the furnace produced by the colored glass processing. The hot air that hit their faces made them sweat profusely. Then the owner picked up a pair of tongs and was ready to show Zhang Feng his skills. He threw the colored glass into the hot furnace to heat it up. After a while, he picked up the tongs and molded the red-hot colored glass. A moment later, the colored glass was molded into the shape of a cup. He then put the glass into water to cool it down. After a while, he scooped up the glazed glass, and a glazed glass cup came out. The glazed glass cup was gray all over, and it really didn't look good. Perhaps the craftsmanship back then was just so. The boss proudly showed the glazed glass he made to Zhang Feng and the others. His craftsmanship over the past few decades was not just for show. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng would say, "This colored glass can't be used"? The owner's heart instantly turned cold. His craftsmanship was rejected. Just as he was about to refute, he heard Zhang Feng say, "You used carbon for this furnace, right?" The owner nodded his head. Then Zhang Feng continued, "No wonder. The melting point of carbon is too low. You use coal to calcine it, raise the melting point, and increase the temperature to let the colored glass undergo a high degree of purification. The colored glass produced this way is what I want." Chapter 22:12. The boss was puzzled. He had never heard of Zhang Feng's method before. Could it be purified like this? Zhang Feng saw that the boss was puzzled and nodded, indicating that there would be no problem if he followed his method. The boss doubtfully changed the charcoal to coal, and the temperature of the furnace instantly rose. He picked up the glass and placed it in the furnace for calcining. Then he molded it and put it into the water. After taking it out, a crystal-clear glass appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked speechless by the glass in front of them. What was this? Why had they never seen this kind of glass before? It was actually transparent. It was too beautiful. The boss had been in the business for decades and had never seen this kind of transparent glass. Today was an eye-opener for him. He didn't expect this young master to have such skills. He couldn't help but admire him. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "In the future you will follow this method to make glass." The boss looked at everything in front of him in disbelief and nodded numbly. Then he waved his hand and sent the boss out. Zhang Feng looked at the three girls and smiled. "This is nothing. Let me process something you have never seen before." The three girls were curious. The glass in front of them was already so beautiful. Could there be something better than this glass? Zhang Feng picked up the sand and put it in the furnace to calcine and purify it. After a while, he took out a basin of red liquid. Seeing that the impurities on the liquid were almost transparent, he immediately waited for the liquid to solidify and put it in the water to cool it down. Finally, he took out a small piece of glass. What was this? Everyone was curious. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Old Jia, get a hammer and smash this glass." What was he doing? Jia Daoren took the hammer with a puzzled look. Smash. The glass didn't move at all. It was extremely hard. Everyone was shocked. How could this small glass be so hard? Seeing this, Zhang Feng picked up the glass and pinched it gently. The glass instantly shattered. What's going on? This glass is so hard that even a hammer can't break it. Why did it shatter so easily? This is the highest level of making colored glass. Dare I ask Prince Zhang, this method is? Use the furnace to purify it. Purification? The surrounding craftsmen couldn't help but stop their work and gather around. Zhang Feng pointed to the forging table at the side, then picked out two relatively strong people from the crowd, and asked them to put a basin of sand into the furnace to be calcined, then purified and finally molded. They took out an iron rod and molded the liquid before it solidified. This time, the craftsmen were stunned. Seeing the liquid change into a different shape in an instant, he was shocked. How was he going to purify it? How was he going to shape his character? However, since Zhang Feng had already said it, they had no choice but to do it. At this time, after hearing Zhang Feng's production method, they could not help but be eager to give it a try. Is this method really effective? The craftsmen were dumbfounded. They could not believe that there was such a forging method in the world. It would be great if they could master it. Of course, they had to master the forging method themselves. After all, it was a secret. After that, Zhang Feng no longer paid attention to the craftsman. He picked up a basin of sand and placed it into the furnace to be calcined. After a while, he took it out again and looked at the red liquid. He added some white powder into it and then placed it back into the furnace. Seeing this scene, all the craftsmen were stunned. What was this white substance? Also, the glass had already been smelted. Why did he have to smelt it again? Shopkeeper, who is this old Master Zhang? At this time, a craftsman looked at the shopkeeper of the colored glass workshop with a puzzled face. The shopkeeper was not clear either. He only said, I only know that his name is Zhang Feng. He's the one who has been causing a commotion in Yuezhou City recently. Zhang Feng. He's the dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng? Oh my god, I heard that White Deer College has a top colored glass master from the western region. Could it be? At this time, all the colored glass masters looked at Zhang Feng, who was busy with the molds, in shock. At this time he did not look like a dean at all. Instead, he looked more like a craftsman. After a while, the finished products of the colored glass were made. There were rings, necklaces, and earrings. They were inlaid with beautiful colored glass, and were very beautiful. What's that? Is it a gem? This colored glass can be made into such things. The three ladies and the craftsmen looked at the beautiful accessories in front of them with a face full of question marks. They were extremely shocked. After that, Zhang Feng put the accessories on the three ladies. They looked at the items in front of them in disbelief. They had never seen such beautiful things. Zhang Feng smiled and said, How is it? Do you like it? The three ladies looked even more beautiful with the accessories. They could not hide their excitement and blushed to show that they liked it very much. It's too beautiful. The three ladies look even more beautiful with this treasure. That's right, that's right. The craftsman looked at the three ladies in a daze. Zhang Feng smiled and said, You guys like it so much. Women love beauty. What will happen if I put this item in the auction house? What? You want to put this item in the auction house? If that's the case, wouldn't those wealthy merchant clans? That's right. If these items were put in the auction house, they would definitely attract the attention of those wealthy merchant clans and the 5 great families. The colored glass was precious, but this transparent colored glass and beautiful accessories would definitely be fought over by all the women in the market. Which woman didn't love beauty? Not to mention those wealthy ladies who were dressed to the nines. They would definitely earn a lot of money. Chapter 22:13. South of the city. This was the general name of this place. A very luxurious mansion was located here. The vermilion red door had an ancient charm to it, and the colorful glazed tiles reflected a beautiful brilliance. But at this time, a carriage slowly arrived. It was Madame Wu and Wu Maner. Today they were here to visit a distant relative. The guard quickly went in to report. Not long later, 2 madams wearing luxurious clothing came out and looked at the carriage outside. Under their gaze, Madame Wu opened the curtain of the carriage and jumped down from the carriage with Wu Maner. The 2 madams went up to welcome them. Third sister, you've come. My 2 sisters, sorry to disturb you. Don't say that, please come in. Madame Wu followed the 2 sisters into the mansion to catch up. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted over and surrounded them. Everyone asked curiously, Third sister, do you smell something? It's especially fragrant. Could it be the smell of the rouge on her body? No, this smell was especially comfortable. Big sister and second sister constantly sniffed, wanting to find the source of this fragrance. Madame Wu smiled and said, There's no need to find it, this is the fragrance on my body. Big sister and second sister looked at Madame Wu in shock, asking curiously, What is this on your body? Why is it so fragrant? Madame Wu said faintly, This is the perfume created by the principal of Chang and White Deer Academy, Prince Zhang. Last time I obtained 2 bottles. Is that the young Master Zhang who has caused a stir in Yuezhou City recently? Do you still have this? I heard that in a few days, Prince Zhang is holding an auction. At that time, this perfume will also be sold? Big sister and second sister looked at Madame Wu in shock. Madame Wu said helplessly, "That's him. I don't have any left, I've used it all. This thing is too precious, but at that time, there will be some for sale. It's just that there aren't many of them, so we might not be able to get it." The value of the perfume was very high, deeply loved by women. At the auction, one might not be able to get it. Eldest sister and second sister looked disappointed and said eagerly, "Third sister, look, it's such a good thing. You also know young Master Zhang. When the time comes, can you tell us how many bottles to keep?" Seeing this, Mrs. Wu said, "What's the matter? Don't worry, I've already discussed it with Prince Zhang. When the time comes, each of you will have a bottle. Knowledge is priceless. As for the price," when eldest sister and second sister saw that there was hope for this perfume, they didn't care about the price. As rich madams, did they have to worry about money? As long as she could become beautiful and enchanting, she didn't care about anything else. She immediately said, "Third sister, as long as you help us get the perfume, money won't be a problem." Madame Wu nodded. At this moment, they suddenly noticed the young girl beside Madame Wu and couldn't help but praise. "Third sister, this little man has already grown so big? You're getting more and more beautiful." Wu man, Er's face turned red from the praise and hid behind Madame Wu. Eldest sister followed up and said, "I heard that Prince Zhang is a talented man and has even opened an academy. His character is even better. This little man, is also as beautiful as a flower. It can be said that they are a match made in heaven. Third sister, have you not thought of matchmaking them?" Wu man, was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. Madame Wu awkwardly nodded in response. She wanted to, but the problem was that last time when she sent Wu man, and the girl from the Zhao family to Prince Zhang, they were rejected in the end. They wanted to use Zhangfeng, this big tree, but there was no way. Seeing that it was about time, Madame Wu and Wu man, said goodbye to eldest sister and second sister, and got up to return home. At the same time, when Madame Zhao heard the news of the auction, she was incomparably shocked. The value of this perfume was quite high. If she could buy 2 bottles, it would be good. She would wait and see. On the streets of Yuezhou City, there were all kinds of discussions. "Have you heard? The Dean of White Deer Academy is going to hold an auction." "I know, this matter has already spread. The whole city knows about it. I just don't know what President Zhang is going to do." Along the street, in a small tea house, a storyteller was telling the people about this matter. The storyteller said with great interest, "I heard that the perfume that White Deer Academy's President Zhang launched this time is called 9 Splendor Frost Dew, and it was nominated by Mr. Yushan's calligraphy." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people began to discuss, and it was very lively. "What? Mr. Yushan's calligraphy? That's the great scholar of the Cui family of Qinghe. The value of this perfume can't be estimated." Seeing this, the storyteller continued, "I also know that this perfume with soap has the effect of calming the mind and beautifying the body. After using it, not only will the body smell good, but it can also strengthen the sex drive." "Soap, what is this? What the hell? This can strengthen the sex drive?" When these words came out, the surrounding people were puzzled. The storyteller stroked his beard and said, "You don't know, this soap was made by Dean Zhangfeng and Dr. Sun after a year of research. They added a lot of Chinese herbs and made it. I heard that after Mr. Yushan used it, he became 10 years younger." "What? Really? This thing really has such a miraculous effect. Could this be the famous divine Dr. Sun? This is too amazing." Everyone fell into a burst of amazement. Chapter 22:14. The weather at the end of autumn was like a spoiled young girl. After experiencing the initial coldness and fervor, the fervor gradually dissipated as the sun set in the West Mountains. Zhang Feng hugged his quilt with a happy expression on his face, as if he was dreaming. "Prince Zhang. Mr. Yushan is here." A gentle knock on the door woke Zhang Feng up from his sweet dream. Zhang Feng opened his hazy eyes, as if he hadn't woken up yet, with a blank look on his face. He lazily replied, Got it. Ha, Mr. Yushan? Could it be that today is the day of the auction? I almost overslept. Coming. Zhang Feng put on his clothes and walked out. When he opened the door, he saw Yu Yao and Mr. Yushan waiting for him. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's go. Old Jia, prepare the carriage." The group walked towards the center of Yuezhou City. A moment later, they arrived in front of a magnificent building. Fan Jin and a middle-aged man had been waiting for Zhang Feng for a long time. When they saw Zhang Feng arrive, they went forward to greet him. Fan Jin pointed to the middle-aged man and said, "Prince Zhang, this is my father, the current head of the Fan family." Zhang Feng smiled and nodded in response. He thought to himself, "This kid is quite reliable. It seems that the Fan family is already on my side. This auction house is also quite glorious. Now all that's missing are the wealthy merchant clans and people with different surnames." Fan Jin said, Come, don't just stand there. Let's go in." Everyone followed Fan Jin to the entrance of the auction house. As soon as they walked in, they saw a magnificent scene. The inside was extremely big and could accommodate many people. Every 3 steps, there would be a devastatingly beautiful woman bowing to welcome him. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge stage in the middle, with a group of beautiful singers swaying their slender waists, singing and dancing beautifully. At the same time, there was also the sound of instruments rising and falling, as well as the dazzling array of delicacies, all of which were extremely tempting. Of course, the wine and food here were free. However, the prerequisite is that you must be qualified to enter the auction house. If you weren't from a wealthy merchant clan, or a large clan with 5 surnames and 7 hopes, you wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. Those who could come here were either rich or noble. Zhang Feng looked at Fan Jin with satisfaction. It seemed that this kid didn't disappoint him. He had actually managed to set up this auction according to his arrangements. Not long after, a middle-aged man in plain clothes walked in from outside, followed by several attendants. When he saw Zhang Feng, he couldn't wait to say, "Little friend Zhang Feng, long time no see." When Zhang Feng saw the man, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the old elementary scholar's best friend, the head of the Wang family? It seemed that the Wang clan, who had been waiting patiently for a long time, had decided to take a gamble. It just so happened that it would be much easier to rope them in later on. Immediately he said, "Uncle, what brings you here? Come. Please come upstairs. We can talk about it after the auction." Wang Shi smiled and nodded, then followed the servant upstairs. Following that, many people came in from outside one after another. They were dressed in luxurious clothes full of the aura of wealth. Mr. Yushan and Fan Jin went up to greet them, chatting from time to time. "Mr. Yushan, I didn't expect you to be here." "Don't say that. Little friend Zhang and I are fated to meet, so I came here to have a look." Come upstairs please." Zhang Feng looked at these people, who were full of arrogance. He knew that they were those with 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Most of them had come because of Mr. Yushan. After a while, an old man over 60 years old led a group of people in, followed by 2 women. Looking carefully, weren't they Zhao Yu, or from the Zhao family, and Wu Man, or from the Wu family? It seemed that they couldn't wait to come to the auction. When Zhao Yu saw Zhang Feng, she blushed slightly and said, "Prince Zhang, long time no see." Hiss. Last time, he had sent the 2 women to discuss the marriage, but he had rejected them. Now seeing them again, he couldn't help but feel a little pity. Women with 5 surnames and 7 hopes were like goods, born for profit, with no status at all. That time it was the Zhao family and the Wu family who made the absurd decision to get Zhang Feng's perfume. Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Upstairs please." Fan Jin went up to greet the crowd and led them upstairs. After a while, the Heaven Pavilion and the public seats were packed with people. It seemed that it was time to start. Those people were talking about something, talking and laughing. The scene was very noisy. Whether it was the wealthy families or the 5 surnames and 7 hopes upstairs, they were all curious about what this auction was about. Some people came because they coveted Zhang Feng's perfume. Some came because of Mr. Yushan's reputation, and some came to see what Zhang Feng wanted to do with this thing. For a time, whether it was the audience or the 5 surnames and 7 hopes upstairs, They were full of doubts. Some even came to prevent other families from threatening their interests, and came to fight for the perfume. Chapter 22:15. Time passed slowly, and the auction finally began. With the start of the auction, the scene suddenly became lively, and people kept talking about the auction. What is this auction for? I've never heard of it. What the hell is this auction for? People kept asking questions, wondering what Zhang Feng's auction was for. Seeing this, Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said, "Everyone be quiet and listen to me." Suddenly, the scene became quiet for a short time, looking forward to what Zhang Feng would say. This auction is for bidding for some rare things, and the highest bidder will get it. If anyone gives the right price, they will get the item. Zhang Feng explained. Everyone suddenly understood, and at this time, someone raised doubts. "President Zhang, what are you selling in this auction?" "That's right. Will there be the rumored perfume?" At this time, the scene became chaotic again. This perfume had been spread all over Yuezhou City a few days ago, and almost everyone knew about it. Zhang Feng was about to explain, but then a voice sounded. Looking at the source of the voice, a scholar dressed as a Confucian scholar stood up and asked, "President Zhang, is there white paper for sale in this auction?" These words attracted the attention of many students and teachers present. They couldn't do without this thing when they read or write, but it was quite expensive in the market. The white paper that Zhang Feng had made was very rare. It could only be used when writing books. This was the item that the Confucians were most concerned about in this auction. Seeing this, Zhang Feng raised his hands to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then lightly said, "Everyone be quiet and listen to me. These things will be available, and there will be other good things. Everyone please don't be impatient, and look forward to it, okay?" Under Zhang Feng's pacification, the crowd gradually quieted down, quietly looking forward to the next auction item. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "Welcome to this auction. This time, because the auction item is very precious, please bid as soon as possible, and the highest bidder will get it. Now the auction begins." What the hell are these? Didn't he say to look forward to it? Let's wait and see. Everyone looked expectantly at the items that were about to be auctioned. They were very curious and could not help but ask. As soon as Zhang Feng's voice fell, a delicate and pretty woman walked up from the backstage of the auction house. She was holding a tray with a red cloth covering it as she slowly walked onto the stage. Could this be the rumored perfume? That's right. The thing on the tray isn't that big. It should be. Open it and take a look. Everyone on the scene was discussing the things on the tray. They were very curious. "Everyone, calm down." As he spoke, he stepped forward and lifted the red cloth. On the tray, there were 3 very exquisite small bottles filled with red liquid. It was very beautiful. What is this? Could it be the rumored perfume? This small bottle is so rare? This is the thing they're talking about. Everyone was very puzzled. This small bottle had been rumored to be a miraculous thing. They only knew that their women were fascinated by this perfume. As their husbands, how could they know anything about it? Zhang Feng said faintly, "This thing is called perfume. A few drops on the body will emit a wonderful fragrance and increase the charm of a woman. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to be nominated by Mr. Yushan's calligraphy for this perfume. Therefore, this perfume is called 9 Splendor Frost Dew." What? Mr. Yushan? That's the great scholar of the Cui family of Qinghe. Even Mr. Yushan approved of this perfume. As soon as he said that, the whole place was in an uproar. The eyes of the women and noble women of the clans turned red. They could not wait to rush up and drip a few drops on themselves. Zhang Feng continued, "The starting price is 5,000 strings of cash. Because the item is precious, each bid must be at least 5,000 strings of cash. The auction begins." I bid 10,000 strings of cash. Okay, the lady on the top left bid 10,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 30,000 strings of cash. Wow, the whole place was shocked. This small perfume had just started the auction, and the price had already risen to 30,000 strings of cash. Such a small item was too expensive. Some of the smaller clans looked at the perfume and decided not to participate in the auction. At this rate, they could not afford the perfume. The lady on the top right bid 30,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 50,000 strings of cash. Okay, the lady on the top left bid 50,000 strings of cash again. In the top left corner were two clans who were dressed rather well. They came to the auction to see if there was anything good. As long as the price was about right, it would be fine. In the end, his wife shouted out 50,000 strings of cash. The man who was drinking tea was so angry that he spat out his tea. What was the use of spending 50,000 strings of cash on a small bottle of perfume? The moment he opened his mouth, he scolded, "You wastrel, sit down." The lady ignored the master beside her and continued bidding. She even looked at the lady on the opposite side proudly and said, "Come on, continue bidding." 60,000 strings of cash. The lady on the top left bid 60,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? The lady on the opposite side was so angry that her face turned red. She scolded, "Bring it on, I'm not afraid." 70,000 strings of cash. The lady on the top right bid 70,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Chapter 22:16. A moment later. 150,000 strings of cash. The madam in the upper left bid 150,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The madam in the upper right corner looked around and did not continue bidding. Her face was filled with unwillingness. Which woman did not love vanity and beauty? However, the master beside her was so angry that he was speechless. 150,000 strings of cash once, twice, thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this madam for obtaining this item. After the auction ends, please go backstage to settle the bill. The madam sat down proudly. Countless envious gazes were cast at her. The master beside her patted his head and remained silent. He thought to himself, this prodigal woman. 150,000 strings of cash for such a thing. All the money that Lao Tzu earned was squandered by her. It was simply infuriating. Hua. What? This thing is actually so expensive. I can't believe it. The scene instantly exploded. This little thing was actually sold for a sky-high price of 150,000 strings of cash. It was unbelievable. Everyone started discussing. If the first perfume was already so expensive, wouldn't the following items be shockingly expensive? Some of the clans shook their heads when they saw the situation. It was better to wait and see. They could not afford it. At the same time, the head of the Zhao family, who was sitting upstairs, saw this and thought to himself, this little perfume is actually so expensive. Previously, Zhang Feng gave you, or a bottle of perfume. No wonder the old man at home liked it so much. I'll wait and see. If there's something suitable, I'll bid again. Those old fogies around me are eyeing it covetously. Yu Qiyu, and Jingshu, who were sitting upstairs, were even more shocked by this little perfume. They did not expect this perfume to be so precious. It was so popular in the eyes of those wealthy clans. They were all praising it. Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said faintly, "Young friend Zhang's business methods are quite brilliant. Old man is very impressed." He did not expect this little perfume to be so expensive. If he had known, he would have bid for it. He sighed when he thought of this. Yu Qigong saw this and said to Mr. Yushan, "Sir, don't worry. That kid will definitely leave more for you." Mr. Yushan was shocked. He didn't expect this kid to have more. The old man had to go take a look when the time came. Zhang Feng looked around and said, "Now let's begin the bidding for the second item." At this moment, the woman appeared from the backstage with a tray covered with a red cloth and slowly walked up. What could this be? The perfume just now was already very expensive. What magical thing is this time? Everyone looked at Zhang Feng expectantly as he prepared to unveil the mysterious veil. Zhang Feng pulled away the red cloth, and several small square boxes appeared on the tray. They were colorful, and he didn't know what material they were made of. What is this thing? Don't tell me it's so colorful, but it looks pretty good. What's the use of this? Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Could it be something new? Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "This item is called soap." Soap. What is this? Have you heard of it? Nope. Zhang Feng continued. Everyone listen to me. If this soap and perfume are used together, It can also have the effect of calming the nerves and strengthening the sex drive. The crowd was in an uproar. Strengthening the sex drive? Is this for real? It really has such a magical effect when used together with perfume. Oh my God! This is the first time I've heard of it. The madam, who had bought the perfume from the auction, looked at the perfume in her hand and couldn't help but be shocked. This soap actually had such a magical effect. She turned her head to look at the master, and found that the master was looking at her like a hungry wolf looking at the perfume in her hand. This aphrodisiac effect was something that no one could resist. The madam was startled by the master's gaze. At the same time, when a rich businessman upstairs heard that the perfume and soap could strengthen the sex drive, his eyes were filled with shock. Did this thing really have such an effect? If it was true, then he would really be like a wild wolf that had regained its masculinity. Then he looked at the woman beside him and revealed a wicked smile. He didn't want to come, but he couldn't resist the coaxing and pestering of his new concubine. After thinking about it, he decided to accompany her to the auction and take a look. He didn't expect such a surprise, and he didn't know if it was real or not. At this time, the surrounding people were constantly discussing. It was very noisy, and there were all kinds of voices. I heard that when there was a locust plague in Chang, and Dean Zhongfeng of White Deer Academy personally took care of it. In the end, he even created a locust delicacy that was widely spread in Chang'an. It was said that eating the locust can also strengthen the sex drive. Really? Then this time, President Zhang personally researched it. How can it be fake? It's probably true. As soon as this was said, the rich businessman on the stage was shocked. Could it be true? He was still skeptical at first, but after hearing people talking about President Zhang in Chang, and he completely believed it. No matter what, he had to buy this thing. Lao Tzu's next concubine depended on this soap. Chapter 22:17. Everyone gradually felt that this item had an aphrodisiac effect. At this time an old man said, "This is absolutely true. I've seen it with my own eyes." What? You've seen it with your own eyes? Quick, tell us. That person is a relative of mine. His health is not very good. His hair is gray and he looks very haggard. In the end, after using this perfume and soap, guess what happened when I saw him again a month later? The old man talked about the facts he had seen with relish. Tell us, don't leave us hanging. Yes. Yes. The old man continued. A month later, my relative's gray hair became black and shiny. His face glowed, and his body became strong. I heard that he married another wife. Those days TSK. Oh my God. Is that true? He can still marry another wife at this age. Wow, it seems that this thing can really strengthen the aphrodisiac. It's amazing. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. Of course. Everyone was shocked. This thing was too magical. After hearing this, the rich businessman was even more convinced of the authenticity of this thing. If that old man could become a man again, what was impossible for him? He was determined to get such a good thing. At this time Zhang Feng said again, "This perfume and soap were made by Dr. Sun over 10 years. It was made by fusing various Chinese herbs, so it's very precious." The audience was in an uproar. What? Dr. Sun? Really? No wonder Dr. Sun rarely comes out for more than 10 years. It turns out that he has been studying perfume and soap. At the same time, some people were curious. They heard that this was made by President Zhang and Dr. Sun together. What? That's impossible. President Zhang looks like she's in her early 20s. Wouldn't she be a child 10 years ago? No. Maybe President Zhang was Dr. Sun's apprentice at that time? That's true, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But at this moment, the miraculous effect of the soap and the discussions of these people made the high-ranking officials sitting upstairs unable to hold back. Aphrodisiac. Which man didn't want to be erect? Which man didn't want to prolong his life? Aphrodisiac could make him strong and vigorous. Which man didn't like or need it? Upon seeing this, Zhang Feng continued. Then let's begin the bidding. There's no starting price, no limit. Every bid must not be less than 10,000 strings of cash. Everyone sighed. My goodness, this thing is so expensive. Whoever buys this is an idiot. Only those people have money to burn. The auction begins. 11,000 strings of cash. A voice came from upstairs. Zhang Feng looked in that direction and thought, isn't that the direction of the Gao clan's loft? Have they finally lost their patience? Hee hee. The Gao family offers 11,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 22,000 strings of cash. A rough voice rang out from the other side of the pavilion. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard walked to the railing and looked at the pavilion where the Gao family was located. He spoke in an indifferent tone. Isn't this the head of the Yu clan, Yu Qi? No wonder he dares to challenge the Gao clan. That's right. The Gao clan has always been a bully. They're in for it this time. The Yu clan offers 22,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes walked out from the Gao clan's loft and looked at Yu Qi fiercely. I offer 44,000 strings of cash. He thought to himself, the Yu clan actually wants to join in. The Gao clan has been planning to get the perfume and soap for a long time. They missed the perfume, but they definitely can't miss out on the soap. The Gao clan offers 44,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Yu Qi shouted again. I offer 88,000 strings of cash. Then he looked at the head of the Gao clan with contempt, as if challenging his mood with a what can you do to me expression. The Yu clan offers 88,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? There was an uproar in the audience. The two clans were fighting. One was more powerful than the other. A small soap was actually being hyped up. Yes. The Gao clan is probably furious. On the Gao clan side, the head of the Gao clan was very angry. He looked at Yu Qi fiercely and seemed to be holding back his anger. He immediately shouted, 150,000 strings of cash. At this time, the head of the Gao clan was no longer raising the price for the soap. He was fighting with the head of the Yu clan. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. Yu Suqian kept winking at his father, indicating that he should stop raising the price. However, Yu Qi didn't even look at him and shouted again. I offer 200,000 strings of cash. This frightened Yu Suqian. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he quickly winked at Zhang Feng, fearing that the old man wouldn't listen to him. Yu also looked at Zhang Feng, indicating that he should stop. Zhang Feng saw Yu looking at him and gave her a reassuring look. He nodded and told her to raise the price as much as possible. He would give that thing to the old man later. You are not it. Yu Suqian saw Zhang Feng's affirmative look and knew that Prince Zhang must have a plan in mind, so he didn't stop his father. The Yu clan offers 200,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Seeing this, the head of the Gao clan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The servant beside him quickly went up to support the head of the Gao clan. It seemed that the head of the Gao clan was very angry with the head of the Yu clan. Look, the head of the Gao clan is vomiting blood. The Yu clan has a way. Everyone fell into a discussion. Chapter 22:18. Congratulations to the Yu family for obtaining this item. Go backstage after the auction. Yu Qi smiled knowingly and returned to his seat. He just couldn't stand the way the Gao family bullied others. This time, he had to let them bleed. Suddenly, there was a burst of booze in the hall. This little perfume was sold for a sky-high price of 200,000 strings of cash? This is unimaginable. Let's not compete with them. As the auction became more and more heated, the atmosphere at the scene became white-hot. The previous perfume and soap had made the wealthy merchants, and even the big families upstairs look forward to the next item. Zhang Feng looked around, cleared his throat and said, Next, we will show the third item. Please take a closer look. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman walked out from behind the stage again. She carefully held a tray in her hand and covered a tall object with a red cloth. It aroused the curiosity of the audience, and they were all discussing what it was. What is this? Is it rarer than the previous two items? Zhang Feng immediately removed the red cloth and revealed the mysterious veil. It was a wine bottle made of colored glass. The wine bottle was transparent, and there was a faint pattern of a dragon engraved on it. It was very beautiful. After the wine bottle appeared, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once. What is that? Is that colored glass? It can't be right. Why is it transparent? What's going on? There is actually such a beautiful thing in the world. When the big families upstairs saw the item, they all stood up with shock in their eyes. They looked at the wine bottle in front of them in disbelief and were speechless. After the shock, the head of the Zhao family stared blankly and stammered. What treasure is this? Is this colored glass? He couldn't help but think that this young Master Zhang actually took out such a rare treasure. It was really rare in the world. It would be great if he could get it. He had better take a look first. When the time was right, he would make a move. These wealthy merchant clans and large families had seen colored glass before, but this was the first time they had seen this transparent and flawless colored glass that Zhang Feng had taken out. They had never thought that Zhang Feng would be able to take out such a treasure, and their hearts were filled with shock. When the head of the Wang family saw the glaze, he was also shocked beyond words. This auction had really broadened their horizons. Previously, the perfume and soap had already given them a big surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a treasure behind them. The Wang clan had thought to himself, such a treasure would definitely attract the covetous eyes of those old fellows. It would be best if he could think of a way to bid for it. Let's see what's going on with this colored glass first. The patriarch of the Gao family, who had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by the Yu family, also liked the transparent glass. However, when he thought of that old man from the Yu family, he couldn't help but feel angry. It was better to just watch from the sidelines. When Mr. Yushan, who was upstairs, saw this item, his heart suddenly trembled. This little friend Zhang actually had such a treasure. This old man had seen many large and small colored glazes, but this was the first time he had seen a transparent colored glaze. Seeing that the glaze had attracted the attention of countless people, Zhang Feng continued to say, "This glaze was created by the world's most powerful glaze master, Algernon. Later, it was forged into this transparent glass with my unique refining method. This wine bottle is called the 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle." As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. What? This was actually created by the most powerful glaze master? 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle? This is unheard of. So this item has such a background. The large families upstairs could no longer sit still at this moment. They looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. After knowing the origin of this wine bottle, the head of the Zhao family was shocked. He couldn't help but carefully examine it. It turned out that this transparent glass had such a story. This wine bottle originally belonged to the dynasty and symbolized nobility. Who could control such a rare treasure? Madame Zhao walked in front of the patriarch and said lightly, "Master, if you like it, wouldn't it be better if we bid for this treasure?" That's right. This wine bottle represents supreme nobility and is very suitable for your noble status. The attendant next to him immediately stepped forward to flatter him. The patriarch of the Zhao family smiled slightly and didn't answer. He secretly thought that he didn't want to participate in this auction. It was just that his wife wanted to come here to see the perfume. He couldn't resist her coaxing and pestering and finally came here. He didn't expect that those old fellows would also come. This 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle had attracted their attention. This time it would definitely be a bloody battle. As for the patriarch of the Wang family, he looked at the 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle with surprise in his heart. However, he thought that this item would definitely cause a fight. When the time came, it would be fine as long as he supported Prince Zhang unconditionally. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he looked at the wine bottle in disbelief. He was shocked in his heart. This kid doesn't want to live anymore. This wine bottle was used by the royal family and represented the symbol of supreme nobility. If this was seen by the emperor, it would be terrible. Chapter 22:19. At the same time, the big families upstairs were ready to make a move. They were bound to come for the 9 Nether Night Essence. A fierce battle might break out next. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately said, "Let's cut to the chase. There's no starting bid. Each bid must not be less than 20,000 strings of cash. Let the bidding begin." "I bid 40,000 strings of cash." Zhang Feng followed the voice and looked upstairs. It seemed to be the direction of the Zhao family. They finally couldn't hold back anymore. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "The Zhao family bids 40,000 strings of cash." Is there anyone else who bids higher than him? The head of the Zhao family sat there confidently and let the servants bid. He was determined to win this time. How could he let others take advantage of such a treasure? Everyone was in an uproar. Good Lord, he bid 40,000 strings of cash. As expected of the Zhao family. How generous. I bid 80,000 strings of cash. Just as everyone was sighing, a domineering voice came from upstairs on the other side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes standing upstairs. What shocked everyone was that this was the Wang family, who kept a low profile and rarely showed their faces. Everyone was shocked. What? The Wang family is actually challenging the Zhao family? This is really a rare anecdote. At this moment, the head of the Wang family bids 80,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher? The head of the Zhao family suddenly became interested. He couldn't help but wonder why the Wang family, who had always kept a low profile, would suddenly go against him today. He instructed the servant to just make a small gesture. The servant stepped forward and shouted, I bid 100,000 strings of cash. The head of the Zhao family bids 100,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher? Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. According to this trend, how high would the price of the wine bottle be? How precious was this thing to make these great clans so interested in it? Meanwhile, the other clans on the stage were quietly observing the current situation, waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. Seeing this, the head of the Wang family shouted, I bid 150,000 strings of cash. What? The head of the Wang family bid 150,000 strings of cash. I didn't expect the Wang family to be so secretive. Everyone sighed and couldn't help but admire the courage of the Wang clan. The head of the Wang family thought. Before, he had discussed the matter of cooperating with little friend Zhang Feng, and he knew that it was time for him to choose his side. Whether or not the Wang family could make a comeback depended on this. What he needed to do now was to express his sincerity to little friend Zhang Feng and support him unconditionally. When the patriarch of the Zhao family saw this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just what was the Wang family trying to do? He, who usually acted in a low-key manner, had eaten the wrong medicine today? He instructed the servant to continue bidding. When the servant heard this, he immediately shouted, We bid 180,000 strings of cash. The head of the Zhao family has bid 180,000 strings of cash. Everyone, is there anyone else with a higher rank? It seemed like the head of the Zhao family wanted to play. I had to play with him. I shouted. I bid 200,000 strings. The head of the Wang family has bid 200,000 strings of cash. Is there anything higher? It's 200,000 strings of cash. What are you waiting for? If you miss it, you won't have another chance. When the big families heard this, they were shocked. Just what were the Zhao and Wang families trying to do? The two families were directly going against each other. In the pavilion on the other side, the head of the Gao family, who had recovered from his shock, stood up and shouted, We bid 1 million strings of cash. The head of the Gao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. What are you waiting for? The crowd was in an uproar. What? The head of the Gao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash? Didn't he just vomit blood because of the Yu family? Now he's ready to fight with the other two families? The head of the Gao family looked at the other two families and thought to himself, the 9-dragon Jade Emperor goblet was such a precious item. The old man had to get it no matter what. When the time came, he would give the goblet to Fanyang Lu and he would be able to find peace. When Madame Gao saw this, she went forward to support the old master and asked, Old master, are you all right? Why don't you sit down and rest? Let them fight. The head of the Gao family shook his head and said, What do you know? Don't worry about me. When the Yu family upstairs saw this, Yuchi too smiled. I didn't expect that the old man would fight with the Zhao and Wang families after fighting with me. Interesting, interesting. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he couldn't help but think to himself, Good lad, this glazed wine goblet is actually worth so much. It's already reached 1 million strings of cash. The old man couldn't help but raise his hand to bid. Yuchi quickly stopped him and said, Mister, what are you doing? Mr. Yushan said, Old man also wants to join in the fun with such a good item. Yu Qigong was shocked, but then he smiled and said, "Don't do that. That lad still has a lot of this. He'll definitely leave some for you." Oh, Mr. Yushan was delighted. Could there really be more? He looked at Yu Qigong in confusion, and Yu Qigong nodded. When the head of the Zhao family saw this, he frowned. This guy, now the Gao family wants to fight with me. They're not done yet. He ordered his subordinates to continue bidding. The subordinate shouted, "We bid 3 million strings of cash." What? 300,000 strings of cash? How many years of savings do I have to save for that? It seems that this item will definitely belong to the Zhao family. For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Chapter 22:20. The head of the Zhao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, it will belong to the Zhao family. Seeing this, the head of the Wang family did not say anything and continued to bid. This action meant that he was already on Zhang Xiaoyu's side. No matter what, he had to support Zhang Xiaoyu. Since the Zhao family wanted to play, then he would play with them. He immediately shouted, "We bid 350,000 strings of cash." The Wang family has bid 350,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? For a moment, everyone looked at the Wang family in disbelief and sighed. I didn't expect the Wang family to bid 350,000 strings of cash. How many years of savings did they have? I didn't expect the wine bottle to rise to such a level. It's hard to imagine. The head of the Zhao family was shocked. The Wang family must be crazy to spend 350,000 strings of cash to buy this item. 350,000 strings of cash was not a small amount. Could it be that they spent everything just to buy this item? Since they wanted to play, then he would play with them. Otherwise, they would say that the Gao family was a coward. One must know that the Gao family valued their reputation the most. Today, the Wang family had repeatedly provoked them. How could they let others see them as a joke? He immediately stood up and walked to the front. Look, the head of the Zhao family has stepped forward. Yes, it seems like the Zhao family has played for so long, and is finally going to make a move. When the other families saw the head of the Zhao family step forward, no one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. They became more and more restless. The head of the Zhao family looked around and shouted faintly, "The Zhao family wants it. 1 million strings of cash." What? The Zhao family has not shown their might, but they actually bid 1 million strings of cash. Yes, they are indeed a big family. They are so generous. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. The people from the other families were also shocked by the Zhao family's patriarch's actions. They didn't expect him to be so generous. However, it was impossible for the Zhao family to monopolize this treasure. Someone immediately stood up and said, 2 million strings of cash. Who is it? Who shouted? They actually went against the Zhao family. Isn't this the Wu family? They also made a move. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes staring at the head of the Zhao family. As everyone knew, the heads of the Zhao family and the Wu family usually did not have any conflicts. Why would the two families be like this because of this item? Could it be that this thing was so good? Everyone was in an uproar. At this moment, Patriarch Gao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other until their faces turned red, he was a little tempted. Although he had never seen this kind of thing before, the value of this kind of thing was obvious. Moreover, this kind of transparent glass, according to the information sent back by the Gao family's business manager in Chang and City, there was indeed this kind of glass. Moreover, it was really used by the royal family and the people of the Duke's mansion. Outsiders had never seen it before. But now what was Zhang Feng trying to do? I bid 3 million. Surnamed Wang. Are you really going to make things difficult for me? The Seeker clan was furious. Wang Jiazhu chuckled and said, None of us here are fools. You and I both know the value of this thing. As the saying goes, the highest bidder gets it. You can afford it, but do you think my Wang family can't? The Wang family offers 3.5 million strings of cash. Patriarch Gao's frown deepened as he listened to the two family heads. Both of them were sly old foxes. Both of them were people who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Could it be that this thing was really that good? Patriarch Gao could not help but be tempted. Looking around, he gritted his teeth and said, "The Gao family offers 4 million. The business went on. On the stage, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He said loudly, "Patriarch Gao is really a hero of the time. You are really generous. 4 million. Who else can be higher than you? If not, then this item belongs to family head Gao." Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Patriarch Gao actually offered 4 million? You don't say. If so many family heads bid at the same time, it means that the second price of this thing is much higher than the current 4 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. Besides, who is Patriarch Gao? He is the #1 existence in the Jiangnan clan. He has seen all the rare treasures in the world. Anything that can make him take action must be extraordinary. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard that person's words. At this moment, Patriarch Gao's face turned slightly better. There was a slight smile on his face. However, the leader of the Zhao family and the players were in a difficult position. Was it just about to fall into his hands? This, after thinking for a while, Patriarch Wang looked at Patriarch Gao's smug face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "The Wang family offers 2 million. Everyone was stunned. Was Patriarch Wang crazy? Or could it be that this thing was really that valuable? He dared to offer such a high price? 4 million was equivalent to the total income of the Wang family for 3 years. He dared to offer 4 million? Chapter 22-21. At the same time, when the families upstairs saw that the Zhao, Wang, and Gao families were constantly bidding, they could not remain calm. They could not help but wonder what the three of them were doing. Could it be that Luli was so precious that they were fighting over it? When the patriarch of the Gao family heard the bid, he was shocked. He didn't expect that the patriarch of the Wang family, who usually kept a low profile, would actually go against the old man today. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The patriarch of the Gao family couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He even felt a little disgusted. After thinking for a moment, he shouted, "The Gao family bids for 25 million. Since the Wang family wanted to play, then the old man would play with them." Seeing this, Zhang Feng cupped his fists at the patriarch of the Gao family and said loudly, "The patriarch of the Gao family is generous. Are there any higher bids? If not, this treasure will belong to the Gao family." Hearing this, everyone on the scene was stunned. Behind a pillar not far behind the patriarch of the Zhao family, 2 businessmen couldn't help but whisper, "What? The patriarch of the Gao family has bid for 25 million strings of cash. Oh my God, the Gao family is backed by the Fanyang Lu family. They have a rich foundation. This little bit of money is nothing. Moreover, the Gao family is ranked among the top in Jiangnan apart from the 5 families and 7 major clans. That's why he dares to bid. However, it seems that no one dares to bid now. Sigh. The big shop is bullying the customers. The big shop is bullying the customers. Isn't that so? Look at how fiercely the Zhao family was competing just now, but now they're silent. They probably don't dare to compete anymore." When the patriarch of the Zhao family heard their discussion, his face immediately turned ashen. These words were like needles piercing his heart. Madame Zhao saw that the patriarch's expression was not right and stepped forward to say something. The patriarch of the Zhao family suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "The Zhao family bids for 5 million strings of cash. The Zhao family wants this glaze." Zhang Feng cupped his fists at the patriarch of the Zhao family and said, "The patriarch of the Zhao family is generous. It seems that the glaze belongs to the Zhao family?" The people present were constantly discussing. This Zhao family is indeed a big family. They're offering for 5 million strings of cash right off the bat. That's right. I wonder if the Gao family... The head of the Gao family was shocked when he heard this. The Zhao family actually came out to compete with the old man. The old man didn't care about the Wang family, but the Zhao family. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision in his heart. How could the dignified Gao family back down at this time when it was a matter of face? As long as he took this lioli, he would give it to the Fanyang Lu family and the old man. Thinking of this, The Gao family's patriarch smiled and immediately shouted, "My Gao family offers 5 million strings of cash." Zhang Feng exclaimed, "Ayaya! The patriarch of the Gao family has offered 5 million strings of cash. What a big deal. It seems like the Gao family is determined to get this item." Everyone on the scene exclaimed in surprise and started to discuss. As expected of the Gao family, to have such wealth. That's right. It seems like the Zhao family has suffered a loss. Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten that the Wang family hasn't made a bid yet? Who knows, they might have something big up their sleeves. Yes. Why did I forget about that? The patriarch of the Wang family couldn't help but think when he saw this. He came to the auction with a desperate attitude to express his position. At this moment, how could he stop just because of the Gao family and the Zhao family's high price? He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The Wang family is willing to bet all of our wealth on this item." Who else? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. See, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They couldn't help but whisper. The Wang family actually wants to bet all of their wealth on this item. Is he crazy? Is this item really that valuable? Seeing this, Zhang Feng cupped his hands at the patriarch of the Wang family and said, "This is incredible. The patriarch of the Wang family is actually betting all of his wealth on this item. Is this Lioli goblet going to fall into the Wang family's hands?" The patriarch of the Gao family was shocked and his heart was full of surprise. Was the Wang family crazy? They actually bet all of their wealth? Just when he was puzzled, the patriarch of the Wang family looked at the patriarch of the Gao family and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Is the patriarch of the Gao family scared of me? Don't dare to bet?" Everyone couldn't help but gasp. See, they couldn't help but talk about it. Look, the Wang family is actually provoking the Gao family. This is going to be interesting. Do you think the patriarch of the Gao family will continue to bet? He'll be a fool if he continues to bid. Although the patriarch of the Gao family is rich, he won't take this risk. I think the patriarch of the Gao family must be scared by the patriarch of the Wang family. He doesn't dare to accept it. Then everyone burst into laughter. The laughter reached the patriarch of the Gao family's ears. At this moment his face was ashen. He thought to himself, what the hell is the Wang family doing? They actually bet all of their wealth and even provoked the old man. This is really infuriating. He was about to continue bidding, but after thinking about it, he realized that betting all of his wealth was not a wise move. The old man wanted to see what the Zhao family and the Wang family were up to. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Gao family returned to his seat and sat down. The patriarch of the Gao family wasn't stupid. How big was the Wang family? They actually wanted to bet all of their wealth with the Gao family. The patriarch of the Zhao family was shocked. He didn't expect the small Wang family to bet all of their wealth for this item. This was such an unwise move. He didn't know what medicine was in the gourd. Although the Zhao family was big, it was better to be careful. Seeing that the patriarch of the Gao family had fallen silent and stopped bidding, the patriarch of the Zhao family didn't say anything. At this moment, the other families were shocked by the action of the patriarch of the Wang family. The ordinary Wang family was actually betting all of their wealth for this item. Could it be that the value of this item was extraordinary? Their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 22:22. At this moment, all the families fell into silence. The auction hall was silent. No one knew what the Wang family was up to and why they were willing to bet all their assets on this item. At this moment, a sudden voice broke the silence in the auction hall. My Wu family is also willing to bet all our assets on this item. As soon as he said that, the silent auction hall was in an uproar again. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and started discussing. They couldn't help but say, why is the Wu family betting all their assets on this glazed goblet? The Wang family is crazy. Could it be that the Wu family is crazy too? What exactly is this item? Why is it so magical that the Wang family and Wu family are willing to bet all their assets on this item? At this moment, the big families couldn't help but feel puzzled about the Wu family's actions. If the Wang family was being silly, why was the Wu family also being silly? Could it be that this item was really that valuable? that it was worth the two families to bet all their assets on this item. The patriarch of the Gao family couldn't help but shudder. He thought to himself, why is the Wu family here? No matter how precious the glazed goblet is, it's just a glazed goblet. Are they stupid to bet all their assets on such a lousy item? On the other side, the patriarch of the Zhao family was also having mixed feelings. His expression was uncertain. No matter how valuable the glazed goblet was, it wasn't enough for the two families to compete for it. Could it be that there was something else going on? When Zhang Feng saw that the Wu family was also bidding for this item, he smiled and thought to himself, it seems like the fish has finally taken the bait. He then said, the Wu family is really generous. Is there anyone else who is willing to continue bidding? If not, this glazed goblet will belong to the Wu family. Are you sure you don't want to increase the price? The people in the auction hall were constantly discussing and laughing from time to time. If they continue bidding, they would be stupid. Who would be so foolish to bet all their assets on this item? Yeah, no matter how precious this glazed goblet is, it's just an ornamental item. Can it bloom into flowers? As for the various large families, their eyebrows were almost twisted into a hemp rope, and their expressions were uncertain. They weren't foolish enough to bet with the Wang family and the Gao family. It wasn't easy for their families to develop to where they were today, and no one wanted to bet on Liuli with the family that they had painstakingly built. On the other side of the stage, Mr. Yushan revealed an incredulous expression as he muttered, this kid actually managed to dig out the wealth of the two families. If this continues, won't he be playing with fire? Seeing this, Yu Qigong chuckled and said, Mr. need not worry, that kid is crafty, he has his own reasons for doing this. When Mr. Yushan heard this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is this kid trying to do? It seems like I'll have to have a good talk with this kid after the auction ends. Otherwise, I'll end up dragging the old man into this mess. After looking around, Zhang Feng said indifferently, if anyone wins this glass goblet, I, Zhang Feng, will teach you the paper-making technique. The crowd went into an uproar again. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not help but discuss the Tao. What? The paper-making technique? This paper-making technique is quite rare. If you can get it, you'll be rich. Yeah, I really don't understand what President Zhang is thinking. But you'll have to bet all your wealth. If it's you, do you dare? Zhang Feng's words made the big families restless. This paper-making technique was extremely precious in the market. If they could get their hands on the manufacturing method, wouldn't they be able to get rich? At this moment, their hearts were in a dilemma. If they won the bid, they would have to bet all their wealth. This kind of transaction was really not worth it. After thinking for a while, no one stood out to bid. When the head of the Wu family heard this, he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, it seems like I've made the right bet. If I can get it, I'll be able to turn my life around. Not only will I get the glass goblet, but I'll also master the paper-making technique. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. When the head of the Gao family and the head of the Zhao family heard this, their hearts were in turmoil. However, at this moment, they were betting all their wealth. They didn't dare to bet, nor could they afford to. They could only watch the Wang family and the Wu family compete with each other. Hearing this, the head of the Wang family was shocked. Was this Prince Zhang serious? Was he really going to hand over the paper-making technique to the Wu family? After thinking about it carefully, this Prince Zhang wasn't a stupid person. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't want to continue bidding with the Wu family. He knew that his goal was to raise the price and lure these people out. After a moment of silence, Zhang Feng continued, Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, this glass goblet and the paper-making technique will belong to the Wu family. At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one was willing to continue bidding. They weren't willing to do such a stupid thing. Chapter 22-23. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Then the glazed goblet and the paper-making technique belong to the Wu clan. The auction is a success. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. There were people constantly mocking the Wu clan. I'm afraid this Wu clan is an idiot to bet all of their assets on something like this. Shoo. Don't let anyone hear you. The head of the Wu clan chuckled and returned to his seat. He looked around proudly as though he was telling the other clans that they didn't dare to bet on it. The other clans remained silent and waited quietly for the next item. On the stage, Mr. Yushan couldn't sit still anymore. He looked at Yu Qigong with a puzzled expression and said, "What do you think this kid is up to? He actually sold such a precious white paper making technique. Is he a fool? You have to know how precious the white paper making technique is in the market." Yu Qigong chuckled and said, "Mister, don't worry. That kid is as smart as a monkey. How can he do something that he isn't confident in? Just continue watching. He must have his own reasons for doing this." Mr. Yushan was filled with doubts and couldn't help but sigh. If the white paper making technique was given to the Wu clan would definitely rise in the future. One must know that the glazed goblet was already precious, and the transparent glazed goblet was even rarer. No one had even seen it before. Yet this kid was willing to give it away. After a while, Zhang Feng spoke again. "Next up is the hottest part. It will also be the last item of this auction. This item is exclusive to women. Men, please stay away for now." The crowd was filled with doubts and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What exactly is it? Why is it so mysterious? Yeah, quickly take it out and let us see." They couldn't wait to find out what the final item was. Zhang Feng clapped his hands. Immediately, 3 beautiful women walked out from behind the stage and slowly walked up to the stage. At first glance, they were Zhang Feng's 3 wives. What were they bidding for? The 3 women wore glazed goblet jewelry and stood elegantly on the stage. The jewelry looked exceptionally beautiful under the light. The crowd exclaimed, "Hiss!" They couldn't help but gasp. Everyone was talking about it. Isn't that Zhang Feng's wife? Why are they on the stage? What are they doing? Quick, look at their bodies. What is that shiny thing on their heads? How beautiful. What the hell is this? Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Please be quiet and listen to my explanation. The shiny thing you see is called a glass hairpin. It's made of glass and is very beautiful. Of course, it's not just this hairpin. There are also other accessories such as rings. If you like, you can go to the backstage room to pick." Instantly, all the women present widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. This kind of thing had never been seen before. One had to know that they usually only used ordinary jade and gold hairpins and ornaments. This was the first time they had seen a hairpin made of glass like this. They couldn't help but exclaim, "I want to buy it. I want to buy it. This is too beautiful. There's something else besides the hairpin. I'm looking forward to it." Not only the women present, but even the madams of the large clans couldn't resist the temptation of this transparent glass hairpin. Which woman didn't want to be beautiful? Who didn't want to tidy themselves up beautifully? This glass hairpin was simply a blessing for women. At the same time, the head of the Zhao family narrowed his eyes and was extremely shocked. This Prince Zhang was really extraordinary. Not only did he make this transparent glass, but he also made such a small item. His method of making glass was superb. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a little more concern in his heart. When the other clans saw these small ornaments made of transparent glass, they also had mixed feelings in their hearts. They all had different thoughts. What they were amazed at was not how exquisite the glass ornaments were, but more of their admiration for Zhang Feng's skill in making glass. It could be said that he was the best. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said lightly, "Then, the bidding for the last item will begin. There is no starting price. The highest bidder wins." The bidding begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately became very lively. A madam in the upper left corner suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, "I bid 30,000 strings of cash." Following this madam's bid, the other madams couldn't sit still and stood up to bid. A madam below also stood up one after another and shouted, "I bid 50,000 strings of cash." Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "The madam over there has bid 50,000 strings of cash. Are there any higher bids?" The men sitting next to the madam's side and couldn't help but talk. This is another fight between women. Yes, if they like it, then let them buy it. The woman in the upper left corner was unhappy and immediately shouted, "I bid 100,000 strings of cash. You come and bid." Seeing this, the madam below immediately retorted, "I'm not afraid of you. I bid 150,000 strings of cash." The two madams started to quarrel. One after another, it was very lively. The man beside her revealed a helpless expression. After arguing for a while, the hairpin was finally won by the madam in the upper left corner. Zhang Feng said lightly, "If the madams and ladies like these jewelry, you can follow you, or backstage to choose what you like. There are many more for the madams to choose from." Chapter 22-24. All the madams present had excited expressions on their faces. After the finale of the auction ended, it was gradually coming to an end. Zhang Feng looked around and cupped his fists with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I announce the end of the auction. I have prepared fine wine and a feast for all of you at Chang'an Hotel. I hope that all of you will come." After sending everyone off, Mr. Yushan slowly got up and walked towards Zhang Feng with Yuqigong. "Mr. Hsian." Zhang Feng heard Yushan call him that, and hurriedly waved his hand. He bowed to Yushan and said, "Mr. Yushan, what are you doing? You can just call me Zhang Feng." Mr. Yushan shook his head. As the saying goes, those who reach the top come first. Mr. Hsian's actions are truly admirable. How could Zhang Feng not know that Mr. Yushan was mocking him? However, he still played dumb. "Ha ha ha, what are you saying to Mr. Yushan? Let's go. I have prepared some gifts for Mr. Yushan. I hope that Mr. Yushan will come." Mr. Yushan smiled and didn't say anything. He followed Yuqigong out of the door. A moment later, in the front hall of Zhang Feng's residence, Mr. Yushan lit a cigarette and started smoking. Although Zhang Feng had just given it to him not long ago and it wasn't much, it was quite addictive. Mr. Yushan worriedly asked, "Little friend Zhang, aren't you going overboard?" He knew that this brat was capable of doing anything. This time, he had even invested all of the Wu clan's assets. Wasn't he afraid that the Wu clan would come after him? One had to know that behind the Wu clan was a large clan. If anything happened to the Wu clan, the upper clan would definitely find trouble with this brat. What was he trying to do? This time, it wasn't just the Wu clan. There was also the Zhao clan and the Gao clan. Wasn't he afraid that those people would join forces to deal with him? One had to know that the Wu clan and Qi Wang were all connected. If anything happened to their subordinates, their superiors wouldn't just ignore it. Wasn't this brat afraid of the Wu clan and Qi Wang's revenge? Zhang Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. He let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Mister, to be honest, I did this to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes." Mr. Yushan was shocked. Although he had long known that this kid had some sort of goal, he was still too inexperienced to deal with the 7 Wangs of the 5 families. It must be known that the 7 Wangs of the 5 families were able to take root in Jiangnan for so long. Of course, there was no need to doubt their strength. Could it be that this brat held this auction to cause internal strife in these clans? Wasn't he afraid that those people would make a move on him in advance? Now that he had dragged the Wu clan into the water, what was he trying to do? He even gave the paper-making technology to the Wu clan. Wasn't he afraid that the Wu clan would react and join forces to deal with him? Could it be that this time, the Wang clan was betting all their assets just to drive up the price and pull the Wu clan and Gao clan into the water? He already had a grudge with the Gao clan. Furthermore, the Gao clan was a branch family of the Fanyang Lu clan, and was one of the clans that was developing at the front. Wasn't he afraid that the Gao clan would join forces with the Wu clan to deal with him? Or could it be that this kid already had a countermeasure? Zhang Feng played dumb and said, "I wonder what Mr. Yushan means by saying this?" When Mr. Yushan saw this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will react and retaliate against you? Furthermore, you have even auctioned off the paper-making method. Aren't you afraid that those clans will do something?" Zhang Feng immediately shook his head. "Mister, you don't have to worry. This kid has a plan. Now, I have the funds to start up the academy, so I will have to trouble Mister." It must be known that the paper-making method wasn't something that just anyone could create. He had already handed over the core technology to the Yu clan to manage. The Wu clan could only obtain a superficial knowledge of the auction's technology. They were unable to grasp the true core technology. The Wu clan had bet all their assets to bid for the glazed goblet. Of course, they had to give them some benefits to pull them into the water. As for whether they would retaliate when the time came? What a joke. It was impossible. No matter what the Wu clan did, they wouldn't be able to create the glazed goblet. It must be known that without the paper-making technique, it was impossible for them to create the glazed goblet. The Wu clan was still far from being able to fight with Zhang Feng. Why not give the Wu clan some benefits and firmly control it in their hands? The key was to deal with the small clans like the 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes. They had to continue conserving their strength and pull in a wave of forces that belonged to them in order to gain a firm foothold in Jiangnan. As for the Gao clan and the Zhao clan, the Gao clan originally had a grudge with Zhang Feng. This time, the two clans had shed all pretense of cordiality because of the glazed goblet. The next step was to infiltrate the clans one by one, and the destruction of the 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes would be a step closer. The next step was to completely control the Wu clan. With the Wu clan's assets, the Academy's funds would be settled. Furthermore, the transparent glazed goblet and the perfumes and soaps would be successfully advertised. The business route in Jiangnan would gradually be opened up. The next step was to wait for the Wang clan to come over and discuss some matters in detail. Mr. Yushan nodded and bid farewell to Zhang Feng, preparing to leave. After Mr. Yushan left, Yu Qigong walked over to Zhang Feng and said with a serious expression, "I say, Fengzi, you've really gone a bit overboard. The Wang clan has been scammed by you." Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. It must be known that the Wang clan came to the auction this time to express their position to Zhang Feng. One must know that behind Zhang Feng's back was the imperial court. This was a wise move. The 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes would be destroyed sooner or later, so they had to stand on the right side. The Wang clan was now completely tied to him. Since they had sided with him, he couldn't treat them unfairly. When the time came, he would definitely give them some benefits to allow them to survive. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Chapter 22-25. After bidding farewell to Yu Qigong and the others, Zhang Feng stretched and prepared to return to his room. Recently, there had been an endless stream of tedious matters. Zhang Feng had not had a good rest for a long time. After opening the door, he took out some fine wine and sat at the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. No one knew what he was thinking about with his empty eyes. Too many things had happened in Jiangnan this time. Now a small crack had been opened in the 5 families and 7 watches. Next, he only needed to rope in a wave of power that belonged to him and control these scattered clans. Then he would be able to gradually gain a foothold in Jiangnan. After this auction, the relationship between the Zhao clan and the Gao clan must have gradually stiffened. Next, he only needed to quietly wait for them to come find him. It must be known that the Gao clan was one of the more powerful clans of the Fanyanglu clan. In Yuezhou City, they could be considered a relatively powerful clan. This time, the Zhao clan suddenly interfered and did not care about the Gao clan's face. In the future, the Zhao clan would definitely be targeted by the Gao clan. The only choice the Zhao clan had was to cooperate with Zhang Feng. They had no choice but to fight against the Gao clan. Of course, they did not have the strength to do so. The other choice was to cooperate with Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng represented the imperial court. No matter how powerful the 5 families and 7 watches were in this generation of Jiangnan, if they opposed the imperial court, they would be destroyed sooner or later. As for the Wang clan, the actions of this auction had already shown that they stood on Zhang Feng's side. If they did not choose a good position, then their Wang clan would sooner or later be destroyed by the Gao clan. Therefore, they would certainly stake everything on this one throw to express their sincerity to Zhang Feng. After that, Zhang Feng only needed to pull them to his side and put in effort for what he was going to do next. There was also the Gao clan. When they first arrived in Jiangnan, they had a conflict. This auction had completely stiffened the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhao clan and the Wang clan. When the time came, pulling the 2 clans together to deal with the Gao clan would not be a problem at all. Now the main thing was to gradually develop his power in Jiangnan. He needed to open a school and open a business route. Only when he gradually became stronger would he have the confidence to deal with the 5 families and 7 kings, disintegrate them from the inside, and infiltrate them bit by bit. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his sleeve and lit it up. He immersed his mind into the next deployment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng was abruptly awakened and pulled back his thoughts. He stood up and prepared to walk out of the room. When he opened the door, he saw Jia Daren hurrying over. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, "Old Jia, what's the hurry?" Jia Daren shouted, "Master, the Wang and Wu family heads are here." When Zhang Feng heard this, he was confused. Why did the Wu clan and the Wang clan come together? It seemed like the 2 fishes had taken the bait. The next thing would be much simpler. Thinking of this, he instructed Jia Daren to have the Wang clan head wait in the living room while the Wu clan head came to the backyard to find him. A moment later, the Wu clan head came to the backyard with an excited expression under Jia Daren's lead. He was in a very good mood. Not only did he win the bid for the extremely precious glazed goblet, he also obtained the technology to make the white paper. One had to know how precious the white paper was in the Jiangnan market. Most of the paper sold in the market was rice paper, and white paper was very rare and expensive. Normally, only scholars could afford to use white paper to write, so one could imagine how precious it was. However, Zhang Feng actually gave him the technology to make the white paper as a gift along with the glazed goblet. One could imagine how happy the Wu clan head was. Not only did he obtain the beautiful glazed goblet, but he also obtained the technology to make a fortune. The excitement in his heart was overflowing on his face. The Wu clan had pushed open the door and saw Zhang Feng sitting at the table, drinking cup after cup of wine. He walked over with a smile and said, "Prince Zhang, why are you drinking alone? Old man, let's have a drink together." Zhang Feng raised his head and saw the Wu clan head walking towards him with a smile. He immediately stood up and smiled. "Yo! Clan head Gao is here. Come this way please. Old Jia, bring another jug of wine." Hearing this, Jia Daren went into the house to get the wine. After a while, Jia Daren brought the wine to Zhang Feng and the Wu clan head. He poured a cup for both of them and left the room. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Come, clan head Wu, let me toast you." After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup and raised it. The Gao clan head saw this and raised his cup as well. After a mutual gesture, they drank the wine in one gulp. Then Zhang Feng asked Jia Daren to bring a wooden box. The Gao clan head was very curious. He didn't know what was inside, so he asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, what's in this box? I can smell the fragrance through the box." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It's called a cigarette. Take a puff to refresh your mind." As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing 2 cigarettes wrapped in paper. They exuded a charming fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. The Gao clan head couldn't help but pick up the cigarette and sniff it. Sure enough, the fragrance assailed his nostrils. This thing is really good. This Prince Zhang is really good at discerning people. He couldn't help but study the transparent glazed goblet and the perfumed soap. He didn't expect there to be such good things. This really opened the eyes of the old man. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart at Zhang Feng's excellence. Chapter 22-26. Zhang Feng handed a lighter to Patriarch Wu and signaled him to light the cigarette. Patriarch Gao took the lighter and lit the cigarette. He took a deep puff and suddenly felt light and incomparably comfortable. That kind of feeling was indescribable. He didn't expect that a small cigarette could bring him such a wonderful feeling. This Prince Zhang actually created something so fascinating. He was indeed a young talent. Old man Gao couldn't help but admire him. Patriarch Gao couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, he asked again, "Prince Zhang, do you know what the cigarette is made of? Why is it so fragrant?" "This, Patriarch Wu, I'll tell you later." Zhang Feng smiled and filled Patriarch Wu's cup. He said, "I wonder why Patriarch Gao is visiting me?" In fact, Zhang Feng knew why Patriarch Gao was looking for him. After the auction, Patriarch Gao was bound to ask him about white paper's paper-making technology. After all, Patriarch Gao had bet his entire fortune. Of course, Patriarch Gao couldn't wait to see him. Patriarch Wu suddenly came back to his senses after being asked by Zhang Feng. He came to find Zhang Feng to ask about the paper-making technology of white paper. After drinking some wine and smoking this cigarette, he almost forgot about it. He had bet all his money, and now relied on the paper-making technology of white paper to make a comeback. Fortunately, he had made a lot of money in the market. With the rarity of white paper and the technology, it would be difficult not to make money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little comforted. He opened his mouth and said, "Prince Zhang, I wonder what the paper-making technology of white paper you talked about in today's auction is." When Zhang Feng heard this, he knew that Patriarch Wu wanted to ask about white paper. Only he and the Yu family had the core paper-making technology of white paper. If it wasn't someone he trusted, Zhang Feng wouldn't casually give such a precious thing to others. Even if Patriarch Wu obtained the paper-making technology, they wouldn't be able to make white paper. The core technology was in his hands. However, he still had to put up a front. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about this. I'm sorry, you've helped me a lot. You've solved the funding problem for my college. I've already given the paper-making technology to the Yu family. Such a big business, the Yu family can't take it all. You can discuss it with the Yu family when the time comes." When Patriarch Wu heard this, his heart trembled. This Prince Zhang had given the paper-making technology to the Yu family. What should he do? He had bet all his assets, but in the end he only had to share the paper-making technology with the Yu family. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. When he thought of this, Patriarch Wu's face turned ashen. His expression was very unnatural. Before he came, he was filled with anticipation and excitement. He thought about how he would become incomparably rich after obtaining the paper-making technology of white paper. However, Zhang Feng's words instantly poured cold water on him. Was this Prince Zhang playing with him? He had already bet all his assets. Could he go back on his word? If he went back on his word, where would the Wu family's face go? How would outsiders view the Gao family? When he thought of these things, Patriarch Gao's heart was incomparably complicated. He wanted to cry but had no tears. When Zhang Feng saw Patriarch Wu's hesitant expression, he guessed that Patriarch Gao must feel that he had suffered a loss. He had bet all his assets on the paper-making technology, but in the end, he had to share it with the Yu family. Obviously, he wasn't satisfied with this result. However, wasn't this Zhang Feng's goal? He wanted to completely control the Wu family in his hands. Even if he obtained the paper-making technology, he wouldn't be able to set off any big waves. Everything would be under his control. However, he still had to give the Wu family some benefits so that they would fall into his trap. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Patriarch Wu, you have done me such a big favor. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. I have a glazed workshop in the center of Yuezhou City. I want to let you manage it. I wonder if Patriarch Wu is willing?" What? Glazed workshop? Prince Zhang actually wanted to let him manage such a rare glazed workshop. One must know how precious glazed was. If that was the case, then with the paper-making technology and the glazed workshop, wouldn't he make a killing? When he thought of this, Patriarch Wu's heart was incomparably excited. He couldn't believe that Prince Zhang would actually let him manage the auction house's hot transparent glazed business. If that was the case, would it be a problem for him to make a comeback? Perhaps in the future, he would become even wealthier than before. He might even surpass the other clans. This way, he would be able to establish a school of his own in Jiangnan's market. When he thought of this, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He immediately nodded and said, "Then I will have to thank Prince Zhang. This old man can't thank you enough." Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. It seemed that this old fox had finally fallen into his trap. If he didn't give him some benefits, then he wouldn't be able to do it. One must know that whether it was the glazed workshop or paper, the final control was in his hands. Zhang Feng couldn't hand it over to others. He just wanted to control the Wu family in his hands. Zhang Feng had already thought of handing over paper and the glazed core to the Wang family. After all, the Wang family had helped him so much. He couldn't let him suffer a loss. Afterward, Patriarch Wu excitedly bid farewell to Zhang Feng and returned. Before he left, he didn't forget to take Zhang Feng's cigarettes. Such good things were treasures to them. Chapter 22-27. After the Wu clan had left, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He called Jia Daren over and instructed him to check the Wu clan's assets. The Wu clan's influence in Jiangnan wasn't too bad, so they must be quite wealthy. With this, the preparation of the academy wouldn't be a problem. Next was the Wang clan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng slowly walked towards the living room. As soon as he arrived, he saw the Wang clan head pacing back and forth in the living room. It was obvious that he had been waiting for too long and couldn't sit still. Zhang Feng smiled and walked towards the Wang clan head. He said loudly, "Sorry for making you wait for so long." The Wang family had looked over and saw Zhang Feng walking in with a smile on his face. His heart was filled with excitement. He had gambled everything in this auction in order to express his stance to Zhang Feng. He had even shed all pretense of cordiality with the Gao family and the Zhao family. Now he had no other choice but to rely on Zhang Feng. If he didn't seek refuge, what awaited the Wang clan was destruction. They would be bullied by the Gao clan sooner or later, and wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, when he saw Zhang Feng, it was as if he saw the hope of survival. He didn't ask for anything else but for Zhang Feng to protect the Wang clan. After all, Zhang Feng had the imperial court behind him. If he didn't take a good position, then the Wang clan would be destroyed sooner or later. In the eyes of the 5 clans and 7 gazes, the Wang clan was just an obedient dog that would come and go as they were called. They were completely unimportant. Therefore, the Wang clan made this decision after thinking for a long time. They came to find Zhang Feng this time to see what arrangements Zhang Feng would make. As long as the Wang clan could be of use to them, they would do it even if it meant going through fire and water. Thinking of this, the Wang clan had smiled and said, "It's fine. I should be the one apologizing." The Wang clan wasn't of much help in this auction. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Uncle, look at what you're saying. You've helped me a lot. Without your help, how could the Wu clan come out?" Without the Wang clan's clan head's help, the Zhao clan and the Gao clan wouldn't have shed all pretense of cordiality because of Lu Li, much less draw out the Wu clan. This was a great help. Hearing this, the Wang family head said, "Little friend Zhang, if you need anything in the future, just say it. My Wang family will definitely support you. Although we are weak, we will do our best to help you. As long as you need us, just say it." Although the Wang family was worried that if they chose Zhang Feng, they would be kicked around like a dog and treated like cannon fodder. However, Zhang Feng was recommended by Mr. Zihuai, and he was very cautious. He was also very open-minded. Although he was young, he dealt with things in an orderly manner. In terms of wisdom, there was no need to mention. This time he set up such a big trap and involved all the clans. He even controlled the Wu clan. His methods were admirable. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "What are you talking about? We're a family, so there's no need to say such things. I've just arrived in Jiangnan, and am unfamiliar with the place. I'm very happy to have your help. It just so happens that I need you to help me with something." The head of the Wang family was an old friend of the old elementary scholar, and Zhang Feng trusted his character. In Jiangnan, he was determined to cultivate a power of his own. He was very relieved to leave his core business in their hands. No matter what Zhang Feng did, he never did it himself. He always handed over his business to people he trusted and let them develop it. He only needed to give advice. Since the Wang clan and he were already in the same boat, there were some things that he didn't need to hide. Jiangnan was full of things and he needed help. The Wang clan head was puzzled and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's the paper-making technology of the white paper and Liuli mill. I handed the white paper to the Yu clan, and Liuli mill to the Wu clan. I want you to go to Liuli mill, and help the Wu clan manage it. Since we're a family, I'll hand over the core technology of the white paper and Liuli mill to you." When the Wang clan had heard this, he was shocked and looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zhang Feng would hand over such a valuable business to him. He even handed over the core technology to him. The Wang clan head wasn't a fool. If he could tell him these things, then the paper-making technology of the white paper that the Wu clan had was only the tip of the iceberg. The real technology was in the hands of Zhang Feng. It was just that he didn't expect that Zhang Feng would hand over such important things to his Wang clan to manage. His Wang clan didn't have any virtue or ability. They only wanted to live a good life under Zhang Feng's protection. He didn't expect that Zhang Feng would trust him so much. He looked at Zhang Feng blankly and exclaimed, "Little friend Zhang Feng, what virtue or ability does this old man have?" As he said this, he bowed to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw this and quickly helped the Wang clan head up. He was just a junior and couldn't accept a bow from an elder. He immediately said, "The fact that I'm handing it over to you means that I trust you very much. We're all family, so don't refuse. Also, uncle, don't call me so formally." Then he smiled and looked at the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head didn't refuse anymore and was filled with excitement. He really didn't misjudge him. Zhang Feng was indeed a reliable person. In the future, the Wang clan might rise because of this. Chapter 22-28. Subsequently, the Wang clan had bade farewell to Zhang Feng and left the Zhang residence. Zhang Feng yawned and prepared to return to his room to have a good rest. Today's matter could be considered to have been satisfactorily resolved. The next step was to run these matters and wait for Jia Daoren to finish the inventory of the Wu clan's assets before making any plans. He dragged his exhausted body into the room and threw himself onto the bed. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, a crisp knocking sound came from the outside. Zhang Feng opened his hazy eyes and lazily got up. He walked to the door and opened it to see Yu and Jingshu staring at him. He then returned to the room and leaned on the chair. He lazily asked, "Why are you guys here?" He glanced at Yu and Jingshu from the corner of his eyes. He saw that they were wearing jewelry made of colored glass and looked exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't help but think that those noble madams had already left. Zhang Feng looked at Yu and Jingshu and chuckled. With the contrast of the colored glass jewelry, the two of you are even more enchanting. Yu and Jingshu couldn't help but blush when they heard Zhang Feng's praise. Indeed, these two girls were naturally beautiful. With the addition of the jewelry, they looked even more beautiful. One must know that clothes make a man, and Buddha relies on gold. At this moment, the two of them were like fairies. They were so enchanting that even Zhang Feng was intoxicated by their beauty. As he spoke, Zhang Feng went forward and hugged the two girls in his arms. He smiled and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Yu said angrily, "You are still talking about it. Don't you know how much trouble you have caused?" Zhang Feng was confused and expressed that he was in a daze. What exactly happened to him? What happened? Or did he do something wrong? Yu continued, "Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will come after you for tricking them in this auction? You even let go of the paper-making technique. Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he suddenly realized that the two of them were worried about him. He couldn't help but laugh. One must know that Zhang Feng was usually very cautious. He wouldn't do anything if he wasn't 100% confident. So what if he gave the paper-making technique to the Wu clan? Could they make it? He had already handed over his family assets. Zhang Feng wouldn't suffer a loss. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two don't worry. I have my own plans. This time is to firmly control the Wu clan in my hands. So what if I give them the paper-making technique? Didn't I give the core technique to your family?" When Yu heard this, she was instantly enlightened. She had been traveling among the major powers for many years, so how could she not understand this logic? It turned out that Zhang Feng had handed over the paper-making technique to give the Wu clan some benefits and drag them down with him. The core technique was still with the Yu clan. Even if they gave the Wu clan the paper-making technique, would they be able to make it? Of course, it was impossible. What Zhang Feng wanted to do this time was to stir up internal conflicts between these families and stiffen their relationships with each other. He wanted to slowly break them down one by one and pull them to his side. So everything he did before was just a bait to lure them out. She couldn't help but admire this man who had captivated her even more. At this moment, Jingshu suddenly asked, "Young Master Zhang, what if the Wu clan realizes this and retaliates against you in desperation?" Zhang Feng chuckled and quickly kissed Jingshu's face. This caused Jingshu's face to turn red. She immediately said shyly. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two don't have to worry. Not only did I give the paper-making technique to the Wu clan, But I also gave the glazed workshop to the Wu clan to manage. When the two girls heard this, they exclaimed, "What? You also gave the glazed workshop to the Wu clan to manage? Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will turn around and deal with you? Are you stupid? Do you know how precious and valuable the glazed workshop is?" After saying this, the two girls broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace and angrily turned their heads to the side. They seemed to be really angry. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "I am my two grandmas, don't be angry, okay?" As he spoke, he pulled the two women into his arms again and hugged them tightly, afraid that they would break free again. He smiled apologetically and said, "Grandmas, listen to my explanation. I naturally have my own reasons for giving this to the Wu clan. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't think before doing things?" The two girls thought about it. Usually Zhang Feng did things meticulously. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure of. Could it be that there was some secret? Perhaps he was like Paper, who had the core technology. That was why he gave it to the Wu clan. As for the Wu clan, even if they knew that Zhang Feng was deceiving them, they couldn't retaliate. This was because their family property had already been given to Zhang Feng. If they didn't do it, the Wu clan would decline. Therefore, the Wu clan could only continue to cooperate with Zhang Feng in order to survive. If they didn't listen, then the only thing that awaited the Wu clan was failure. Therefore, the Wu clan's economic lifeline was firmly pinned down by Zhang Feng. Compared to the Wang clan, who had already surrendered, the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhao clan had also been strained because of the auction. The Zhao clan had already offended the Gao clan. All that was left was to slowly pull these clans to Zhang Feng's side one by one. From there, his influence in Jiangnan would rise step by step. He would overthrow the 5 clans and 7 hopes and disintegrate them from the inside. All of this was only a matter of time. The two girls couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. They were ashamed of their inferiority. Zhang Feng's methods were indeed brilliant. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 22-29. Master, I'm back. At the same time, a hurried voice came from outside the house. Zhang Feng, who was discussing matters with the 3 women, was really shocked. He said lightly, "Speak." Jia Daoren pushed the door and hurriedly said, "Master, the Wu family's property has been accounted for. It's in the courtyard now." Zhang Feng heard this and his face suddenly became happy. He hurriedly said, Go, let's go out and have a look." Zhang Feng and the 2 women followed Jia Daoren to the courtyard. They saw that there were many large and small boxes in the courtyard. The boxes were filled with countless jewelry and copper coins. The dazzling lineup was quite spectacular. They didn't know how much these things were worth. Zhang Feng was shocked by everything in front of him. He didn't expect that the small Wu family in Jiangnan would have such a huge wealth. It seemed that they spent a lot of money on normal days. They actually accumulated so much money. Now he didn't have to worry about the funds for the preparation of the academy. These assets were enough to start the academy, and it was more than enough. It just so happened that the businesses in Jiangnan could be operated. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but show a touch of joy. Now the funds were enough. The next problem was the manpower. Now the news of the academy's opening had spread. So many students gathered in Jiangnan. However, the academy only had one teacher, Mr. Yushan. He was afraid that the manpower was not enough. It seemed that he could only invite Mr. Yushan to discuss it again. He immediately asked Jia Daoren to invite Mr. Yushan to the mansion, saying that there was something important to discuss. Then he returned to the house. While they were talking, outside the door, Gao Can's muffled voice sounded. "Master, Mr. Yushan is here." He hurriedly said, "Invite him in. Speak of the devil, and he will appear." He immediately got up and prepared to go out to greet him. With a creak, the door was opened. Mr. Yushan smiled and said, "Mr. Hsien, how have you been?" Zhang Feng saw this and hurriedly went to greet him. He smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yushan? Come, please sit down and talk." Then he led Mr. Yushan to a chair and sat down. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng's smiling face and couldn't help but think, could it be that this kid is up to something again? Why did he suddenly invite the old man here? What kind of medicine is he trying to sell? Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said, "Mr. Hsien, why did you invite the old man here?" Zhang Feng smiled. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The auction this time was also because of Mr. Yushan's reputation to attract countless aristocratic families. The harvest was quite bountiful. This time, Mr. Yushan definitely wouldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mr. The Wu family's property has already been accounted for. It's enough to set up the academy. The academy is also in the process of being built." Previously, the news of the academy was spread out, attracting countless students. Now more and more students are gathering. If the academy is built, I'm afraid Mr. Yushan won't be able to handle it alone. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan roughly understood what Zhang Feng wanted to do. Wasn't he just interested in the old man's students and his old friends in Jiangnan? He was beating around the bush to get the old man to bring those people to the academy and teach the students. This kid's belly was really full of evil tricks. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you a great scholar yourself?" Zhang Feng's heart trembled. This Mr. Yushan was mocking him. Not only did he have to be busy with the academy, he also had to deal with the matters of the clans. How could he have the time to care about the academy? He roped in Mr. Yushan to be a hands-off manager, so that he could focus on other matters. He simply didn't have the time to deal with the trivial matters of the academy. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mister, this kid has just arrived in Jiangnan, and is unfamiliar with the place. Mr. Yushan is a golden signboard here in Jiangnan. This kid's talent is shallow. Moreover, I have to deal with the matters of the clans and have no time to take care of the academy. Mr. Yushan, if an ordinary person wanted to become a great scholar, they would need at least 10 great scholars to recommend them. Then they would need to register with the Imperial College, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and the Supreme Court. Only then would the Imperial Court issue a document. However, this wasn't all. One still needed to obtain the approval of the Shandong clans. Mr. Yushan was in Jiangnan and had students all over the place. He also had old friends who were great scholars. If they joined the academy, then the academy could proceed smoothly. He could also busy himself with the matters of the clans and wouldn't have to worry about the academy. Mr. Yushan couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This kid usually had a way of dealing with people. He was like a fish in water when it came to business. He opened the academy for the sake of the students and the common people. Considering his sincere heart, the old man would agree to his request. Thinking of this, Mr. Yushan said faintly, "All right, considering Mr. Yushan's kindness, the old man will help." When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It seemed that this matter had finally come to a successful end. Next, he would have to deal with the matters of the clans. Chapter 2230. At the same time, Yuezhou City, Zhao Manor. The Zhao family's patriarch was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, his mind constantly thinking about something. At this moment, the Zhao family's patriarch's head was swollen and hurting badly. He was dizzy. It was as if someone had ruthlessly hit him with a stick. Since the end of the auction, various unexpected things had happened, causing the Zhao family's patriarch to feel a sense of urgency that he had never felt before. Originally, he wanted to wait and see before making any plans, but now, because of some unforeseen events, he was pushed to the cusp of the storm, causing the originally peaceful Zhao family to become turbulent. The originally low-key and ordinary Wang family actually made such an unexpected move at the auction, causing the Zhao family's patriarch to be unable to guard against it. Not only did they drag him down, but they also offended the Gao family at the same time. He was afraid that his peaceful days in the future would change in an instant. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch stopped and sat beside a stone table made of stone. He picked up the wine pot on the table and slowly poured a cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. He let out a long sigh, and his eyes became serious. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Feng. This Zhang Feng's actions were rigorous and he was quite resourceful. Not only did he have a super high glass manufacturing process, but he also made perfume, soap and other things, causing disputes among the clans. Zhang Feng's arrival caused the clans who originally minded their own business to fight openly and covertly. And that Wang family, why did they suddenly become so crazy and actually completely fall out with the Gao family? Wasn't he seeking his own death? If they fell out with the Gao family, Would they still have good days in the future? Suddenly, the Zhao family's patriarch slapped his forehead and thought of something. Could it be that the Wang family and Zhang Feng had long been in cahoots? Otherwise, why would the Wang family make such an extreme move and offend the Gao family? And that Wu family must be the same, to actually bet all their assets. They probably wanted to drag other clans down with them. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch frowned and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did Zhang Feng do this? What was his motive for doing this? Could it be that he wanted to stir up conflict between the various clans and deal with the 5 clans and 7 nobles? The head of the Zhao clan revealed a look of astonishment. Thinking about it carefully, this Zhang Feng was backed by the imperial court. His purpose in coming to Jiangnan this time was definitely not pure. This auction might be the fuse. At this moment, the head of the Zhao clan did not dare to continue thinking about it. With Zhang Feng's actions, the unlucky one was his Zhao clan. The Zhao clan had always been an observer among the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans. They only wished for the stability of their clan. However, Zhang Feng's appearance broke the peace and forced the Zhao clan to make a choice. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! He shook his head, a helpless expression appearing on his face. Pouring another cup of wine into his stomach, he let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but think that he had already offended the Gao family. His future days would definitely not be good. The Zhao clan's influence in Jiangnan was not enough to resist the Gao family. What should he do? The patriarch of the Zhao family stood up and looked up at the sky. His mind was constantly thinking about how the Zhao family should respond at this moment. On second thought, if they didn't cooperate with Zhang Feng, the Zhao family would sooner or later be bullied by the Gao family and decline. If they cooperated, what benefits would the Zhao family get? The Zhao clan's patriarch's heart was filled with melancholy. He couldn't help but feel incomparably worried about the future of his clan. Suddenly, the Zhao clan's patriarch's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that the Wang family and Wu family didn't cooperate with Zhang Feng. What if the Zhao clan also cooperated with Zhang Feng? If they did this, would the Zhao clan obtain a turning point? Thinking about it carefully, Zhang Feng was a person who usually acted in a low-key manner and was open-minded. Moreover, he built White Deer Academy in Chang, and was famous throughout the world. He also had the support of the imperial court behind him. He was a big tree that could be relied on. In addition, his daughter's relationship with Zhang Feng was not bad. Then the benefits that the Zhao clan could obtain would definitely not be small. Perhaps in the future they would rise because of this? Right now, the Zhao clan was facing a problem of standing. If they stood on the side of the 5 families and 7 watch, then how could the Zhao clan maintain their self-control? If they stood on Zhang Feng's side, would the Zhao clan undergo an earth-shattering change because of this? One must know that even the Wang family and Wu family were willing to stand on Zhang Feng's side. Then why couldn't the Zhao clan do the same? One must know that behind Zhang Feng was the imperial court. No matter how powerful the 5 families and 7 watch were, if they fought with the imperial court, the result would only be destruction. If 2 tigers fought, what would the Zhao clan do? Thinking of this, the Zhao clan head was conflicted. His decision would affect the fate of the entire Zhao clan. If he took a wrong step, then everything would be over. There would be no turning back. Thus, he had to be cautious. After thinking for a moment, the Zhao clan head composed himself and shouted, "Men, call the 2 young ladies over." A moment later, Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru arrived at the rear courtyard. When they saw the Zhao clan head, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did their father suddenly look for them? Could it be that there was something wrong? The Zhao clan had looked at his 2 daughters and couldn't bear to see them like this. "Yueru, or do you too like Zhang Feng?" In an instant, the Zhao clan head's words stunned Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ruer, causing them to exclaim in shock. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ruer's faces instantly turned red. They didn't understand why their father would bring up this matter again. Last time, Zhang Feng had clearly said it. Impossible. Moreover, at the start they didn't have that kind of feeling toward Zhang Feng. It was only after their father mentioned this matter to them that the shadow of that bastard, Zhang Feng, seemed to be imprinted in their hearts. However,